at the beginning of our agenda, we have a very, an agenda for the beginning of our program, which is the consent and action review, and we'll call that to order, and we have, I believe we have a quorum. We do. And so we do have a quorum. And so with that, let's begin with our introductions, and we'll start with, with our city clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Anthony Fox, Interim City Attorney.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera, at large.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7. Edwin Peacock, District 6.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Well, thank you for everyone being here, and thank you for those that are attending and watching us either virtually or in person. We really appreciate when we have participation like this for our community and our decisions. So we will begin our first items with our consent items. Are there any consent items that the council would like to have for a separate vote or any comment? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked Marie to give me a response for item number 15 that I would like for a separate vote.
All right. A separate
And-
vote for 15.
Yes, and I had questions on our consent items 25 and 26.
All right. So questions on 29 and 20.
25.
All right, everybody. All right, here we go. All right, Ms. Mayfield again.
25 and 26, the consent
25
items.
and 26. And that's for comment?
Correct.
All right. So let's go ahead and address first the motion.
Ma-
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
Yes.
Number 20, please.
20? All right. Item number, to take the first item of item 15,
Yes.
all right. Item 15, engineering services for Queens Westfield Storm Drainage Improvement Project.
Yes, and my computer is now acting up. So the question that I had on here for item 15 was, as far as this proposal in front of us for an amendment, this amendment is for an additional $900,000, which makes the total cost of this project $1,300,000 now that we're going into actual design phase. We identified initially 2 partners through the CBI program, so I wanted to get clarification regarding the percentages that are on here. Now that this is an additional $900,000, I would think that now that we're actually going into the actual work with design and construction, and that the company we initially identified for the Queens Westfield storm drainage, that we would be able to identify additional opportunities, and Marie did share.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. So this was a separate agreement. It's amending, but like Ms. Mayfield said, it's for a different set of scope of services. So they did go back to the vendor, but this 9.65% is based on the work of, additional work of this scope for the amendment.
Thank you, Marie. I just wanted clarification on that item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. So that was item 15. So is there a?
We
any-
haven't done any motions for any of them
I
yet,
know,
unless you're ready to.
I'm going to go and say, I was going to ask if we had the 25 and 26.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For 25, and I've asked this question on other projects, we're looking at a potential condemnation. I have a challenge with the condemnation process when the property owners are concerned about the potential impacts of the property as far as compensation, specifically for 25. We're looking at 0.074 acre as well as 0.023 acre as well as 0.042. So that is a combined amount. I want to make sure, and the question that I sent over to Marie specifically for 25 and 26 was asking, one, if this is towards the front or the back, because that makes a difference in your property land if they were interested in selling at some point. But I really wanted to ensure that when we do these projects, and this is a clarifying question, Marie, the resident is then now still responsible for their entire lot, even though we've gone in and done work onto their land.
So correct, they would mow it and it would be replaced with grass or shrubbery or whatever, working with the homeowner. And this is in the back, but yes, they would maintain it still.
So we have had numerous emails from residents around the city that have had challenges when construction has been near and/or what would be considered on their property, that we then tell them, okay, since this is on your property and not on street, which is public, that they are responsible if it is a sinkhole, if there's other challenges. Have we had any conversations of the potential impacts of that moving forward? And are we tracking the homes where we've gone in and we have done work? And if, say, within a 5-10 year period, they start to see erosion on their property or other challenges? And manager, I don't know if you would know that, but
So Matt, yes, we definitely do track those kind of issues and they're few and far between, but I misunderstood what you're saying. I thought you meant like mowing and maintaining the shrubbery. But yes, definitely, if there's something on our project that's related to our project, like for this one, if the culverts had an issue, then the city would be responsible for that, because it'd be within the city's portion of the property.
that's what I want to make sure, because too many times I've heard from residents where the responsibility is put onto them because it's on their property, and then they're having to go back and track down paperwork to show no work was done however many years ago by the city. Because I also wanted to make sure that if we're doing this work, we're, one, not impacting their property tax value, especially when we know the counties passed their budget and they have an increase. We have stormwater and other increases. I want to make sure that we're not creating an additional burden. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was the same question for 25 and 26.
All right. Ms. Johnson, you have item 20.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on item number 20. You can explain the First Tryon Advisors has elected to self-perform 100% of the work. Can you just give me some information about that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So they have to certify with our Charlotte Business Inclusion Office that they are doing 100% of the work. So in other words, they're not subletting any out or somebody else doing it. They're the ones that are performing the work. So they're 100% performing the task they're getting paid for.
Okay, so that's a waiver, I guess, from CBI requirements?
Well, it says, yes, if you're self-performing, sometimes they are a vendor, just certified, but yes. So they wouldn't have a specific subcontracting goal, ma'am, because they're not subcontracting anything out. That would be why.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so I now have, is there a motion to approve our consent items 13 through 20?
Second.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, it's 13 through 26.
26, thank you very much, to 26. So we have a motion, I believe, on the Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Ms. Ajmira. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, is anyone opposed? And I believe that Mr. Peacock stepped out, so he is an affirmative vote. Thank you very much. Okay, our next item is to turn this over to the city manager for an overview of our action review discussion topics.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We have two items for the action review tonight, and again, just the good work that happens in the committee. then finds its way to the full council. What occurred, I guess, at our last business meeting, we didn't have time for the committee report outs, but these would have been two items. So what we have is street vending, which Sean Heath will introduce that, in the community area planning feedback, which I believe Monica Holmes will introduce that, Mayor. And then it's just important to note that there's a closed session that will occur at the end of this meeting. And I just wanted to make sure we didn't break up from 267. But those are the two items that we have for the action review.
All right. Mr. Heath, you're on.
Good evening. I'll do a very brief introduction. So street vending is a policy referral that came to the Housing Safety and Community Committee in late April. The committee discussed this topic at both the May and June committee meetings. And at the June committee meeting last week, there were two motions made in the committee. Both motions passed by unanimous votes. And tonight you'll hear from Charlie Jones from CDOT. He'll provide some perspective and get everybody grounded and on a level playing field, especially for the non-committee members that are hearing this for the first time. And then he'll go specifically into the recommendations associated with the two motions passed by committee last week. The final comment that I would make is, depending on how much enthusiasm there is tonight for the two recommendations that came out of committee, we can move as fast as you'd like and potentially have items that are ready for policy votes on June 23rd. Or if there are things that you'd like us to sharpen our pencil on, then we can take the time to do that and come back when we're ready to have that conversation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Charlie Jones from CDOT.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Got a short presentation. My colleagues in the planning department have asked me to keep it brief so they can do their community area planning update. So I'll try and keep it brief for their sake. So street vending, just wanted to level set the council priority alignment with this is great neighborhoods and safe communities. Sean really went through tonight's purpose, review the existing ordinances, some benchmarking results that staff's compiled, feedback from the community that we received, the Housing Safety and Community Committee votes, and then what next steps may look like. So real quickly, I'll go through the existing street vending ordinances. I know that your colleagues in the Housing Safety and Community Committee are probably tired of hearing these ordinances. They can be a little confusing, so we wanted to walk through them again. Street vending is governed by Chapter 6 of the City Charlotte Code of Ordinances. There's two sections to that are applicable here. Article 8 is the peddler's ordinance, and then Article 10 is Tryon Street Mall vendors. This chapter was updated in the 80s, and it governs geographic related requirements, allowed hours of operation, and licensing. Violations of these ordinances can result in fines up to $50. So those are the two ordinances. The geographic portion of this is critical in this vending ordinance discussion. So street vending is legal without a permit in all areas outside the congested business district. So the congested business district, street vending is illegal, except for the Tryon Street Mall vendors. So just kind of go over that again. Everywhere outside this congested business district, street vending is legal without a permit in Charlotte. On the Tryon Mall area, vendors have to have a permit because vending is illegal in this congested business district. On that Tryon Street Mall, we do require a permit, and that program is administered by the Charlotte Center City Partners. I've got the footprint there. It's a little hard to understand, so we'll pull up the map. This is the congested business district. In all the streets that are indicated in red, street vending is illegal. You have to have a permit and go through the program that's administered by Charlotte Center City Partners. The most recent expansion to the congested business district was in 2016. The ordinance grants the city manager the authority to amend the congested business district, either to expand or reduce it. The ordinance doesn't establish the criteria to inform the expansion or reduction of that. And like I've mentioned before, the Tryon Street Mall vendor program is governed by a separate ordinance, Article 10, and it allows permitted vendors to operate in specific locations within the CBD. Part of our effort in this was to look at what the fine structure was for Charlotte compared to peer cities. So we looked at 21 cities, including Charlotte, and they're reflected in this chart here. As you can see, Charlotte's well on the left here with fines up to $50. The majority of cities we polled had fines of up to $500. There were some outliers with fines of more than $1,000, but the mean was right around $500 for fines related to illegal vending. On May 22nd, we hosted a public input session here in this room. Had 35 participants, including small businesses, residents, and street vendors, primarily from Uptown, South End, and Noda. It was a 2-hour discussion with table discussions and report outs from each table. We've broken up the feedback and observations between the two groups because it's critical to understand kind of the differences between the two. So in the Tryon Street vendor program, vending is illegal. So if there are vendors up there that are not part of the program, we wanted to really capture their feedback. In Noda, vending is legal in that area of the city because it's not part of the congested business district. So in the Tryon Street vendor program, the permitted vendors expressed a lot of concerns over illegal vending, including lack of strong, consistent enforcement, particularly with the issuance of the fines. The fine structure being low enough that most vendors shrug the fine off. They also cited public health safety concerns. There's a lot of food vending that's being conducted in the right-of-way within Uptown. Those vendors are not getting the health department inspections and those things. And then there's a lot of issues around the Spectrum Center with illegal vending during events that are occurring at the Spectrum Center. One of the things that we heard from both groups was the loss of repeat customers, especially the Tryon Street Mall vendors with their food trucks that are permitted. They talked about, the families that used to come by aren't coming as much now because of the illegal vending occurring on Tryon. In Noda, the brick and mortar businesses have a wide range of concerns, personal safety, adverse business impacts, and they also talked of the loss of a family-friendly environment. One of the bigger issues in Noda is the sidewalk and street obstructions. Noda does have narrow sidewalks through the dense business part of that community. And when vendors are set up on the sidewalks, it does create challenges with people navigating the sidewalks. With that, here we go. I wanted to share some examples of some of the challenges in these areas. Picture on the left is there in front of fire station number 7. The area in the street where the clothing is placed is actually parking for medic, and it's also used for the fire department to enter and exit fire station number 7. Picture on the right is a mobile food trailer that's parked in front of a Cat's bus stop. Some examples from Tryon Street Mall. There's a couple of examples. Same location, different dates of someone cooking with open flame at night on the Tryon Street Mall. So that brings us to the Housing Safety and Community Committee vote. It's hard to say. The vote was for staff to develop an escalating fine structure of up to $500, including tracking of violations. So I want to give a little bit of an update on our analysis of that. CMPD doesn't at this time have a technological solution to track civil citation offenses at the individual level. So meaning if they gave me a citation today, they may not know that they gave me a citation tomorrow, especially if it's a different responding officer. Rather than an escalating fine structure, council could establish a fine not to exceed $500 per violation. That's approach is similar to what we've seen in other cities included in the benchmarking group. One quick note about the implementation approach, we would definitely advocate an education campaign prior to the effective date of an increased fine. We've spoken with Charlotte Center City Partners, and they are definitely willing to help communicate that in the Tryon Mall area. And one other thing to note is CMPD will continue to have a range of compliance tools, education to achieve voluntary compliance, verbal warnings, and other actions in addition to the fine. Council, if you choose to take action on this new fine structure on June 23rd, we could have that implemented in mid-July. The second committee vote was a little more nuanced. It was to develop a pilot program to be implemented as soon as possible and direct staff to provide an update on the development pilot program to full council before the summer recess. So what we've done prior to that and during this time is identified 4 potential sites in NODA that could be designated for a permit-based street vending pilot program. Don't want to get too far out over our skis with those 4 sites. We haven't done a lot of due diligence on those. But the other pieces of that is identifying the resources we'd need, what that application process would look like, how would we combine that with a temporary congested business district designation, and then we would also need to coordinate with community resources and partners for impacted vendors. So some of the timing options on this, based on the feedback from the committee, if council seeks to authorize a NODA pilot program prior to the summer recess, an ordinance revision would be necessary at the June 23rd council meeting, with the pilot commencing in the July-August timeframe. If council would like additional information before authorizing a pilot program, we can definitely be prepared to discuss this topic in August, with the pilot program commencing in the September-October timeframe. So a couple of options there on the timing for any kind of pilot program in NODA. And with that, I'm ready to take notes and answer any questions.
Oh, yes, I'd like to recognize Ms. Mayfield, who is the vice chair of the committee, for her report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As he mentioned, we did have conversation in committee, of which committee members are here today, where we asked quite a few questions regarding what is done in other communities, and I think Councilmember Johnson drilled down a little bit regarding who were these other communities were we looking at? Were we looking at just in North Carolina? Were we looking at outside of North Carolina in order to have a true comparison closer to apples, because they didn't list which communities that we have in there. But I also want to acknowledge that I did have a chance to go out this past Saturday and meet with Ms. Jody McNeely and one of the other residents and walk through. It's concerning when you go through North Davidson. One, along with the ADA compliance and the sidewalks, we've had 2 businesses that have already had to close their doors. One, because of the violence that happened out front. 2, because you have a clothing business, multiple clothing businesses, including a business that focuses on items that are refurbished clothing. So for us, some of us, it's just going in our closet and pulling out what we once wore, but vintage clothing is a thing, but it's very difficult when you're paying for a brick and mortar. Not to mention you're paying us taxes. And if you don't pay those taxes, you receive a notification from the city of Charlotte asking you for your revenue sales. You have a vendor that is not registered, setting up shop directly in front of a store, not paying taxes. We can't track them down if there were a problem. And I'm also concerned, and I had hoped to hear because I believe we asked about the county's role, because Health and Human Services, when we're talking about food vendors and/or those selling juices and other things, we brought up the fact that the county has that role with Health and Human Services and actually grading and making sure that these things are healthy. So I'm assuming we'll get that information back. But I definitely want to open the floor if my colleagues have, from the committee, have anything additional from their thoughts on the conversation. I believe that we said we are in support of moving towards higher fines. I don't remember in committee a recommendation of not to exceed 500 per violation. That was something that was added. At the end of the day, we have to figure out how to curb this and how to track it. $500 could be the cost of business, just like that $50 or that $10 were. So I don't necessarily agree with that language, a not to exceed line in there. Yet I do think sooner rather than later will be much more efficient. Instead of waiting until August or September, we're getting ready to get into summer. You're going to have a lot more people out. I don't think we want to see any more of our businesses shut down because of the challenges that are being faced over there. But I would definitely love to open it if any of my colleagues on the committee had anything that they wanted to share.
I have a few others, and I will start with Mr. Briggs, followed by Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as it stands right now, the fines would only be applicable to the Tryon Street Mall because these vendors are allowed everywhere, right? And they're not subject to any kind of oversight as it stands right now.
That is correct.
So question one then is those fines. Question two is then, do we start licensing and making subject to fines vendors in other areas? And I personally, I support the committee recommendations. I think we need to crack down a bit on this for economic reasons and so on. I don't know how quickly, though, it can be implemented. I'd like to see us move ahead, but then you get into a lot of detail about who pays what when or who is responsible for it. With the vendors, if we decided to launch a pilot, would there be some kind of notification to these people who are out selling now, telling them you must get a license, and by X date, if we find you here and you don't have a license, then this is what happens? Or what does the implementation look like?
That's one of the details that we're still working out for a pilot program. I think one of our plans would be to use, we currently have Quality of Life team members in NODA, representatives from CDOT's Park It program and our code enforcement doing enforcement of parking. And I think we could use them to actually inform the community or the vendors in that community of the changes that would be coming. But the details and timing of that are one of those aspects we would work out in a planned rollout, a pilot rollout.
And last point, I would have thought we have existing ordinances or authority to make somebody remove clothing racks from a fire station. I mean, why is that even being tolerated?
So our parking enforcement, they do issue citations in those areas, but that's another one of those situations where the fine is at a level where the violators tend to shrug it off.
I mean, this is a public safety issue. We measure response times in minutes, right? And they've got these racks outside obstructing the trucks. It just seems to me that without any action by us, there should be a remedy for that. But the bigger picture is, and I feel this is part of what I've described on occasion as an atmosphere of lawlessness that's taking hold here. And it doesn't necessarily get reflected in all of the statistics, but I think most of us are hearing that people are just uneasy, right? They don't feel safe uptown, whether, justified or not. Panhandling, street racing, the roar of the engines not too far away. So I hope that we can find a remedy for this one and that we look further in terms of trying to restore public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Mayfield did a pretty good job summarizing what the committee had done. Really two items, to Mr. Drake's point, to increase the fine. So going from 50 to 500 hopefully will really move the needle in the right direction. And you're right, these are, we are dealing with not just economic issues, public health and safety issues. Our family, we used to go to NODA a lot, but because of the issues we have seen where you can't even get through the street sidewalks with strollers because sidewalks are being obstructed, and that's really an issue. And some of the incidents that have taken place, especially violence that has happened with turf wars, and you hear real concerns from the businesses that are operating. I think the action that the committee has taken would really help us move the needle in the right direction. There is a sense of urgency here, as Councilwoman Mayfield stated. And I appreciate Charlie and his team to really address this. As summer is coming, we got to address this issue sooner. In terms of the pilot program that the committee had recommended, I would like to see that being implemented sooner, but I understand this is a new pilot program. Councilmember Johnson had raised this where everyone, regardless of what you sell, if you will be doing street vending, you need a permit, because this is about public health issue. If someone is selling hot dogs out there, we don't know because they're not going through any health inspection. So this is really about public health. So with this pilot program, this will apply citywide. Is that correct, Charlie?
No, the plan would be to pilot this in NODA in a smaller
And then
footprint.
eventually implement,
We would-
depending on how well it does.
We would use the information from a pilot to help inform you all to any future expansion or citywide efforts. But right now, we really don't know what we don't know. Center City Partners has run the program for the Tryon Street Mall, but that may look different than what we stand up for a pilot in NODA. So our goal is to really understand what it would take to run such a program and how effective it is.
I think data will inform our next steps. It's obviously, we know this is an issue not just in one part of our city. We have heard from businesses in South End. We have heard from businesses in Uptown, in NODA. I also brought up an example where we are seeing in our airport overlook area, we are seeing vans that just pull in and start selling food and drinks. So we really need to address this swiftly. In terms of fine structure, I know when we discussed this at the committee level, we wanted escalating up to $500. I see the amount hasn't changed, it's still up to $500. I'll be supporting that, just to move through this quickly, and I look forward to hearing more about this, Charlie. I really appreciate the work you have done along with our code enforcement, especially our quality of life team. That quality of life team has certainly made an impact. I remember when we kept bringing up the issue about semi-trailers being parked on our major roads, like W.T. Harris was public safety issues. As I drive by those areas, I don't see that anymore. So we have seen how effective the enforcement has been. I hope that that enforcement will deliver a similar outcome in this, specifically for street vending. But I do look forward to seeing more data on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was looking for Jerry Green and code enforcement back there. So I wanted to lift his department up because they have done a great job in eliminating or reducing the number of tractor trailers that are parked in District 4 specifically, I'll speak to. But you mentioned the quality of life team being used to inform the vendors. Could that same team be used to enforce the permitting?
I don't want to speak for code enforcement and put them on the hook for anything, but I think that is one thing we would evaluate in the development of the pilot program is what resources would actually provide that enforcement piece.
Okay, and I do support the permitting. I would support it citywide as we're moving toward that. I mean, you know, I don't like the term unintended consequences, but we know that that folks have to move somewhere, right? So we need to move toward a permit being required citywide. Now, I say that process also has to be accessible. And we educate these small business owners, because that's what they are. So I would want that permitting process to be very accessible, right, maybe right on the city's page somewhere, so that it is a process. They were teaching folks how to do business with the city of Charlotte. I also think any pilot program, we should have a rotating schedule. Right now, I think the number, when I talked to Mr. Heath earlier, we're looking at about less than 30 vendors who are out there in NODA. So that's not a huge number. So I think that if there's an opportunity that we could do this from an equitable approach, we should definitely try to do that. If there's a permit and an assignment to a certain area, that all of the permitted businesses have an opportunity to do business with the city. I also would like to see somewhere that more access or a space where individuals could do business, just like we did with the individuals who were at Eastland, that we found them a spot to do business. I'd like to try to do that. I've asked questions about city-owned areas. I'm thinking about this. I don't know if an opportunity right outside the train in NODA, if there's space there, but I think that we need to be as inclusive as possible in a city that's so unaffordable for a lot of folks. And so I do support the permitting, but we also, you know, we need to do this responsibly. So again, I support the permitting. I'd like to see it move toward being citywide. And again, the process needs to be simplified, or, you know, at least we're educating folks how to do business. The tracking, I think that's important. I think that's important with the truck parking and any enforcement that we do like that. I mean, there's this program called Excel, right? You can, I can show someone how to use it. But if there's an Excel spreadsheet or even AI or some way, I think in 2025, that tracking the offenders would be something that could be done by the city. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be long. I just want to thank the business owners from NODA for coming out tonight and kind of lifting this issue up as a concern for our city and the community. I certainly support the recommendation of Councilmember Mayfield and her committee in reference to how we move forward sooner than later. I hope that we will use this as a pilot program as suggested before we go citywide, so we can kind of work out all the rub that comes along with this. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We want to support individuals like myself who are selling books out of the back of his car, right? Yeah. The way for at Amazon.com. But again, you get what I'm trying to say, right? We don't want to lose that entrepreneurial spirit when someone is selling that hot dog and then goes to a food truck and then gets that first brick and mortar restaurant, right? So I hope that there's a balance in terms of how we approach this. I talked to the Mayor Pro Tem, her district. I think she has the right demeanor in terms of how to kind of massage this issue so that we protect the business owners who are investing, paying their rent, and getting a return on their investment, but also looking out for that individual who's just trying to get that step forward. I'm all over NODA. I love hanging out there. It's my favorite part of the city. And I think that we don't want to lose that charm that you guys have created over the years. And I think it does need a little bit of tuning up to make sure that it doesn't get oversaturated in terms of the commercial element of it. So I will support the councilwoman and her committee and hope that we would take our time and ask the right questions and put the right policies in place before we expand it citywide, which I agree that I think we should do. but let's make sure we get it right. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Molina?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And a lot of my colleagues have said some of the things that I would like to kind of add. I think for a measure of specificity, I think, first of all, I actually spoke to the Mayor Pro Tem today, realizing that this is in her district. For the NODA residents that have joined us today, thank you guys for coming out. I think that the pilot is absolutely the best way to go. And the reason why I say that is because, like what Councilwoman Johnson said, you know, if you think about Eastland, for an example, and the open air market, and you think about the vendors that were out there that sold everything from goods to food to everything that you can think of. And for this particular council, we've had multiple conversations on where do we put those humans? And we had a few endeavors to try to relocate them and put them in places. And so I think what will be swept up in this once we consider this citywide, among other humans, is the humans that are undocumented, who have businesses that may not be able to reach some of these heights. We have the humans that, like what, you know, Councilmember Graham was saying, like most of us, we're not wealthy humans. We got, you know, we selling books out the back of a car, right? Like, yeah. Or you can go to Amazon.com, you know, for the more sophisticated among us, right? But the rest of us might have a book in the car, right? Because we maybe, you know, produced the book on Amazon and don't exactly have, like, you know, the leverage of marketing it there. But I said all that to align really with some of the other conversations, and that as we have a broader, more comprehensive perspective on what we do about this citywide, what we'll find in varied degrees is we're going to suck some humans up into this who can't reach the bar. We can see it, right? Because, and the thing about an ordinance is that I'm glad we're doing it from a pilot perspective so that we can learn, because maybe we have some of these same people that, you know, I'm mentioning and some of my colleagues have mentioned throughout, that we'll learn more about how we can better address, you know, some of the issues that they're going to face in trying to rise to the occasion of doing business. I think back to some of the conversation I had when I came to the council with regard to the open air market. I remember speaking to Mr. Daniel Levine, and I know many of us know him, and he has this beautiful story about how his family started with very humble beginnings on Central Avenue. His uncles and some of the, you know, people that we see their names kind of marketed, you know, across our city in big stakes, and having those humble beginnings in many cases, in some cases, actually lead to the Daniel Levines of the world, to the, you know, the people that are substantial throughout our city. So, you know, I'm a proponent of us finding a way to make sure that we control this. But like I said, I think we have to be measured with the calls to not really cut off that entrepreneurial spirit that gives people the momentum and the dream to dream bigger, you know, and like Councilmember Johnson said, making it where it's within reach, right? And having lived through some of that myself, starting with nothing with a business, and I mean nothing, and trying to turn it into something, you're scraping by, right? In many cases, so I am in support of it being absolutely a pilot in NODA, and I really am going to challenge our staff to as we look deeper, you know, we have to put a human hand and a big heart over this, so that the humans that we're going to sweep up in the process don't get annihilated as a result. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just two questions.
Mr. Peacock, yes.
You indicated that if we support this, we would take action on June 23rd?
That is an option.
Okay. And why do we have to, why are we waiting until July, August to commence a pilot? Why can't we implement immediately from the June 23rd vote?
So I'm going to rescue Charlie. Okay.
He's looking like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I saw his hand go up.
So, thank you, Councilmember Peacock. There's this movie I watch once a year, and there's this phrase, in it, you know, making bricks without straw. So I want us to, we're ready to rock and roll, but I want us to be careful because the same people that are doing their jobs today are going to do a different job with no additional resources to do the pilot. So I'm excited that you guys, like I have fallen in love with the quality of life team, just like we fall in love with the corridors of opportunity, and the team becomes nimble. So I guess what I would say is as we develop this pilot, if we did it immediately, we'd fail. And we're going to have some skinned knees and bruised elbows even mid-July. So we've got a bunch of examples of things like this that have gone not so right in Charlotte. So that's kind of it. I guess we're asking for a little bit of grace as we try to figure this out in such a way that is comprehensive and that we can all be proud of it, that it works, so that if we go to the next level of something citywide, we learn from the pilot.
But have there been examples as it relates to food trucks or other food vendors like this where we've not done it right?
Well, I'm not going to say that we've not done it right. We just had an experience at Eastland, and it took us a lot of time to, heal from that. So I just want to make sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Second question I have was just on the 4 potential sites. I feel like that might open the door for the vendors in NODA to go to different spots around the 4 sites once you identify them. Why not all of NODA for the pilot?
Well, the pilot program would be all of NODA. It would, in effect, be part of the congested business district. But we would operate similar to how Charlotte Center City Partners operates uptown, which is here are the sites that vendors are permitted to be in.
Okay.
And anyone outside of those permitted areas would face the fine. It would be illegal.
But when you say staff identified 4 potential sites in NODA, are there 8 potential sites in NODA, but you've just chosen 4?
That's one of the things that we're still working through is are there available sites that aren't in the right, that have enough right of way to allow somebody to vend and still provide reasonable sidewalk access, safety, and all those other things. Those 4 sites were an initial windshield kind of walking, okay, this might work, but we really need to go back and look, and there may be more than 4. My hope would be that there are more than 4. To Councilwoman Member Molina's comment, provide those opportunities for folks, but that's one reason why we need just a little bit more time.
All right, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, does somebody else want to speak?
I know Ms. Mayfield had her hand up, but she had already spoken, so I think
It's up to her.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to say thank you to the committee and my colleagues for leaning into this effort and supporting this. I will tell you that this effort has been in play for well over a year, close to 2 years for the residents and the small business owners in NODA. We've tried a variety of different solutions to address the challenges there, from coming up with an agreement with the street vendors, to coming up with a small committee out of the actual neighborhood to work with and liaise with the vendors. Some of the vendors were a part of that committee. And it's been a long process, but ultimately we find ourselves at a place where we need the structure and we need the ability to allow the small business owners into what I will call downtown NODA, for lack of a better word. If the small business owners want to come up with a better terminology for the NODA business district, I'm all for it. But, that downtown NODA area is beautiful and quaint, and it's bustling, but it's also historic. and it has very narrow sidewalks and lots of legacy infrastructure that really just can't substantiate all of the additional street vending activity. And so it's a great place to have this pilot, actually, because we are having some of the same issues in Uptown and South End and other parts of the city. Ms. Ajmira mentioned a different part of the city. I'm all for a permit basis across the entire city. Ms. Johnson, I think you made a great statement in the committee, which is, you need a permit to fish, right? You can't just go out and fish. You can't just go out and hunt. In our states, you need a permit to go out and do these things. So you should have to have a permit to sell goods and items, certainly food and beverage, and go through the proper channels. And completely support an entrepreneurial spirit. We are a city that is for and supports small businesses, starting, Mr. Graham, from the trunk of the drop top, Mr. Graham? I don't know about that, but I get your point there. And then they build into small business owners that own restaurants throughout our entire beautiful city. So the pilot program, I think, is in the right neighborhood. It's also during the right time, because it will catch the summer months where you have lots of activity. You'll also catch some holidays as well for a 6-month period, and that can inform and shape how we fan out for the balance of the city. I will also say that we have looked at other areas for the vendors, specifically in NODA, to effectively congregate in a way that takes that traffic off the sidewalk. So we had conversations with the Johnson Y about perhaps using some parts of their property. And so it's been a long conversation well over a year. So I am very happy that we get to a point where we can execute a pilot that brings NODA into the congested business district, which means illegal vending will not occur. And to mirror it after the Uptown program designates specific spots and locations. So that means you can't move around. If you have one of these permits, it's for a spot. It's one spot, one location. You can't move around. And I think that's a great way to look at it. The other piece I would say is that the fines just we have to put some teeth, some kind of teeth in the enforcement. Thank you to CMPD, code enforcement, the quality of life department, CDOT. We've all worked together to support NODA, to support Uptown, and come up with different ways to ideate around this. And CMPD and CDOT and code enforcement has been fantastic. We've executed a SWAT program out in NODA as well over the last month or so, where there has been a proper attention to fines and writing tickets. The fines just don't have enough teeth to them. They're just really a very small. It's akin to getting a parking ticket for $25 and you park there versus paying $50 or $75 to park someplace else for a Panthers game or a soccer game, right? I'll take the ticket. And so that's just what's been happening. So I'm encouraged by this. I'm also encouraged by the policy enhancement that will come out of this in 6 to 8 months. Our policy right now sits, decades in the past, in the 90s. It hasn't really been touched. Parts of it even in the 80s, really. And so being the 14th largest city, we're going to get more street vendors. We're going to get more residents. There's going to be more activity. We have to have some structure and teeth into how vendors interact with our community. And I just want to make sure that it's not from a criminal perspective, where there's no criminal element to this. We're not criminalizing entrepreneurship at all. And as a matter of fact, we encourage entrepreneurship. We just want to do it in a way that's structured, and in a way that we can also track and hold the vendors accountable for what they're selling. So with that, thank you, Madam Mayor, and look forward, Charlie, to the the actual language that we'll be voting on at the end of the month.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you had a comment to make?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to stress that the permitting process has to be affordable and attainable. We do encourage the entrepreneurship, and we want to teach them how to grow their business. When I talked to Mr. Heath earlier, there will be a process of helping individuals apply for a permit. There might even be a process. We could teach them how to register their names. I mean, this is helping that small business or the entrepreneur. So again, I just want to stress that affordable, attainable. Do we have any idea how much the fee would be for permitting at this point?
Not at this
Or
point.
do you know what it is in the Tryon area?
So in the FY26 budget, that new fee for the Tryon Street Mall, I believe, is actually
I think it's $165 a year or something like
less
that.
than $200.
$350 during FY26.
Say that again?
$350.
So it's going up to $350?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it was 165 or something. Okay, we want this to be affordable because we know who the vendors are. We know they're very small businesses, so it needs to be affordable. Let's make sure we do that. And also, when I talked about permitting, we talked about the signs or the permits to be very obvious and to be visible so that the enforcement is going to be easier on whomever. If it's CMPD or the Quality of Life team, if it's a bright green color or orange is a good color of the day, right? A bright color so that they can see it. And I think that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Phil, and then we'll move on to, I think, our next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. We did have a very good discussion in our committee about moving forward with it. I know I stepped out, so I didn't hear everything, and that's fine. I can always go back and look at it. Just want to make sure that my points are on the record and clear. NODA community, we definitely hear you loud and clear, want to be able to support you, but I also heard the vendors. I watched your coverage, Mayor Pro Tem, on TV. I don't think I liked the coverage that they gave. It was kind of biased to me, in my opinion, that we were just only supporting the business owners and not supporting the vendors. But that's what happened with media, though. Sometimes they get one track and one-sided, and I know in the meeting with the Housing and Safety Committee, we were on board with making sure that everybody is taken care of, that we love our business. I even said myself that I didn't want to be a brick and mortar and come outside and there's a juice stand in front of my store, but at the same time, I don't want the juice stand to go out of business. So, and when I watch you, you did a great job, but the media didn't do a good job of covering you, and the presentation for the vendors. And so I just wanted to say on record that I love the NODA community. I go over there, I grew up in the Y over there, but I just wanted to be fair and unbiased. And so if you look at it, when Mayor Pro Tem did her presentation, it was if we were shutting down the vendors. And we want to make sure that we give them an avenue out to help them grow and be able to prosper. And that's not what I saw, and I didn't like that. So I just wanted to say that we do support NODA, this pilot program. We voted for unanimously. But I do not want it to go undocumented that we also care about the vendors and want to make sure we can put them in a place that they can grow and they can thrive as well. Because this is a city that's thriving and growing, but we want everybody to be a part of that growth. I yield back to you, Mayor. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Mayfield, could I just say one thing before I know you could wrap it up for us? As we're talking about this, I really do believe that the public health portion of it is really important. And I know that we've been working with the county on a number of initiatives and things that we can do together. And I think that this may be, and I'm going to ask if that's something that you could probably add to, how do we get these rules out? How do people understand the same kind of education for how to be a vendor needs to be how inclusive of what city and county requirements are. So that would be my suggestion. I think Mr. Mitchell and I are probably the only people that remembered when they decided to have the venues up on the square. And honestly, it was just like today. So I think that we've gotten better today, though, much better. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add, we have the opportunity also to reach out to the Tavola Market to look at their pricing. We have multiple venues right here. We have every Saturday right here at the church across the street where you have the vendors out. I want to support my colleagues in the idea that we want to make this equitable. I did not know that the new amount was going to be going to $350. I thought it was $165. That was the permitting amount, but I also recognize some things have increased. I think we should look at a percentage. Almost doubling is a bit concerning for that business, yet let's check what the pricing is out at the Tavola Market. Let's look at the pricing out here because it's already happening in partnership. Let's make sure as we move forward, because I think I hear from everyone that we are ready to move forward with this pilot sooner rather than later, but let's make sure we're not becoming an obstacle and that what we're creating isn't going to hurt the farmers markets that are already happening around the community. I don't want this to hurt the Three Sisters Market on the weekend. I don't want it to hurt the Mel's Place on the weekend when people go out to get their garden, to get their fresh vegetables. I don't want it to hurt this market. But I do believe that we need to have a consistent policy across the city, and here's the opportunity for us to actually put that in place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Calling it No-Do pilot program, but are we gonna be able to take this and use it universal? As a, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
The pilot, if I could, Madam Mayor, the pilot program will inform, give us input around the process, things we need to tweak in order to scale it out to the broader city. So, yeah.
I'm asking because South End had beaten on
Exactly.
the door as well.
Exactly.
So just want to make sure that we are speaking inclusivity when we talk about the pilot program for different areas of the city as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move to the next item that we have, which is community area planning feedback. Mr. Jones?
We will have Monica Holmes and her team come up and give us an update on that.
Didn't add the committee chair? Didn't add the committee? Add.
You can use this or whatever you want. Okay. Go.
All right, Mr. Driggs, thank you for your work on this committee and this topic. So is there anything that you'd like to say before Monica begins?
So I'm excited about this. It represents the culmination, I think, of a great deal of work in committee and by the staff, and is the next step in our UDO process, frankly, rolling out area plans in order to make the citywide planning we've done so far more specific to locations. I think I'll let them proceed with the presentation, and then I'll have a couple of comments from my colleagues. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Monica, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Monica Holmes. I'm the interim planning director, and I have with me Kathy Cornett, the division manager for long-range planning, and Catherine Mahoney, who's been managing this project. So we've been working on this for 2 years. You've seen it numerous times, and this is really the collaborative culmination of this work. We released the drafts in March of this year, and we've had almost 500 in-person interactions and in-person meetings talking with people about these drafts, receiving their comments and feedback, and now we're proposing what those changes look like. So that's really what we're going to be spending the bulk of our time tonight, is showing you what some of the revisions actually look like. Just as a note, these 4 area plans lay the foundation, these 14 area plans lay the foundation and the groundwork for all of the city of Charlotte with updated policy and guidance. And that's really important because it prevents an equitable framework so that everybody's starting from the same place with the same level of detail and the same level of recommendations. So we see this work as a launch pad. We'll have more work to do. We'll talk tonight a little bit about the implementation roadshow that we plan on going on. We'll talk to you a little bit about what specific area plans will look like that dive into those very specific issues that our community is facing, and we'll keep doing the work. So we're here tonight to talk with you about our recommendations, what those comments look like, what the final area plans look like. We'll be in front of our planning committee on June 14th, and then we plan to be back in front of you on June 23rd for adoption. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kathy to walk through where we are.
Thank you, Monica. And as Monica said, tonight is just for information, only give you an update, and we really want to focus on the comments, and we know that you need to get to your regular meetings, so we will try to do that as efficiently as possible. So since the beginning of the year, we've been in front of Transportation Planning and Development Committee a number of times, and we've also been in front of full council a number of times, and we're really moving towards hopefully council action at your June 23rd meeting. And just as a reminder, these plans are about creating complete communities, and that means places where you can live, work, and play because you have access to jobs, goods, and services all within proximity to where you live. And I think this is a good time to, because we have been working on this for a number of times, to go back and provide a little bit of historical context where this all came from. So place types were first introduced to our region with the Connect Our Future Regional Planning Growth Framework, which took place over a 3-year period from 2012 to 2015, and it involved 14 different counties in our region, and Charlotte was part of that. It introduced place types, which is a more modernized tool. It's a best practice tool nationwide because it not only includes land use, but it includes contextual elements that give a better idea of a form of development and the type of development, not just the use. And it also used regional growth projections. So after this great work, we knew that Charlotte had, and you know that Charlotte has experienced a tremendous amount of growth over the past 20 years and is expected to continue growing. We continue to attract growth and be a place that people want to come and live. So as part of the first step, we took a look at what our land use tools looked like and what we needed to do to modernize those to meet where we were with the growth we'd experienced, and then where we're going with future growth. And as part of that work, as you can see, roughly 25% of our community had the most detailed guidance that's almost comparable to what the place types provide today. 25% of our community had that more detailed guidance, more modernized guidance, and almost 75% of the community had dated guidance that went back to the 80s and 90s. So after that first step, we began to look at how could we incorporate place types into our work, and what would that mean for the planning that we did. So in that, we took a look between 16 and 18 at all 80-something different types of plans that we had on our books and compared that to the place type tool and did some research to see, are there any gaps? Would we lose anything? And what we found was that place types really provided a more robust guidance that, coupled with other modernized planning tools that we had, really were going to provide a lot more direction. And then that work eventually was rolled into the comprehensive plan, which, as you know, was adopted in 2021. And the place type tool was a part of that work. And also, you've probably seen this slide before, but I do want to reinforce that the comprehensive plan is our umbrella document, and there's a number of different types of plans that fall under that. So the comprehensive plan within it provides this growth framework, it being the top level of plan, the second layer being more strategic, again, citywide plans, and examples of this would be the strategic mobility plan, the strategic energy action plan, and then the third level of guidance are these community area plans, which take the goals and the equitable growth framework from the comprehensive plan and bring it closer down to the community level. But these first three levels are really our foundation for planning in our community. It sets that foundation so that, as we know, as our community continues to grow and change, there will always be unforeseen, unexpected circumstances that might arise, and we may need to pivot from what our vision is and the tools that we are using. That guidance will be provided in the specific plans, which is that fourth level of guidance. And as you know, and as Monica mentioned, these 14 plans have been developed at the same time so that everyone has the same level of guidance over a 2-year period through 5 phases, and each phase had a deliverable. And now what we've done is wrapped all of that up into the documents that folks are commenting on now. And what value do these bring? I think the 6 top values that we would say is, again, that 100% foundational guidance, the foundational guidance for 100% of our community so that no area is left waiting for this important guidance. It further establishes criteria for change in neighborhoods and provides clearer directions for rezonings, and also provides a framework for decision-making that is transparent. It memorializes and shows the strategic investment area potential projects and down at the 14 different geography levels. So that's the only place right now where that level of guidance or that documentation exists. It has a new element that identifies needs in each of the geographies for mobility, open space, placemaking projects, et cetera. And that is important to this body as for prioritization of resources. It's important for the development community and tailoring their development proposals to the needs of including the needs of the community. And also it's important for neighborhoods to be able to advocate what is needed in their particular area. And then finally, there is new and emerging guidance that we have included, and we continue to work with partners on, of how to reduce environmental impacts. And one example of that is the heat impact work that we were able to partner with UNC Charlotte on, and has been used in the Strategic Energy Action Plan as well, I believe. With this, I'll turn it over to Catherine, and she will focus on the comments.
Good evening. This slide has recently been updated to reflect the engagement that's taken place since we released the draft plans in the beginning of April. So I think the key takeaway here is that we've engaged the community throughout our process using a range of tactics for both in-person and virtual or online. Our virtual and in-person reach is expansive, over 91,000 just since release of the draft plans. But our in-person reach is also significant, with almost 6,500 to date, and as Monica mentioned, 500 of those since the release of the draft plans. We've also collected a lot of comments along the way, 1,700 leading up to the release of the plans, and another 800 since beginning of April. So as mentioned, I'll focus on how the comments received are going to impact the revisions. Let me just note that since we released the plans, we've continued to use a lot of notification efforts to let people know that they're available for review and comment. And we've also continued to provide a lot of in-person and online options for people to get involved. I'll highlight, we've received most of our comments through the draft plans on our project website. We've also had really meaningful conversations in our office hours, which have been offered twice a week for several months now. And then at council's request, we hosted that additional virtual webinar, which was attended by over 100 participants on May 15th. So to date, we've received over 800 comments on the draft plans. You can see the type of comments that we're receiving. There is a level of support for these plans. About a third of the comments are some sort of suggestion for how we can amend or edit the plans. There's 20% of questions and 40% of concerns. I'll mention that if you look at the top 3 categories, we feel like a lot of the nature of these comments are really more collaborative in nature, and the concerns, which I'll touch upon, are really a continuum of a lot of the issues that we've seen and heard since development of this 2040 suite of policies. So for the sake of time, I'm going to skip the kind words that have been shared with us. These are in your presentation, but there are some really supportive words that are meaningful to staff. The 30% of suggestions, over 35, close to 40% of those suggestions are being incorporated into proposed changes. These proposed changes fall into 4 categories. There's some new content and new policies. There's changes that will improve the clarity and quality of the documents. And there's some changes that will help implement and ensure these plans are put into action efficiently. So in terms of new content, as Kathy's mentioned, there's been a lot of questions about that next level of planning, that 4th level of planning. And so staff is working to identify the types of specific plans and the prioritization criteria for when and how we would put those into action. And so we are recommending to include details about those types and the prioritization criteria in the program guide of this body of work. Similarly, we've received a request for an environmental justice action plan in parts of the city that have manufacturing next to neighborhoods. And we think that's a great idea that we can incorporate into that 4th level of planning. And so we are proposing to include that as a specific plan. We've heard from our stakeholders in the extraterritorial jurisdiction that they would like future development to be considered in line with utility capacity. And so we're recommending a new policy shown here that essentially says development is considered in conjunction with capacities such as water, sewer, road maintenance, emergency services. And then we've also received suggestions to enhance some of our environmental impact policies, specifically one that encourages cooling amenities at mobility hubs to reduce heat impacts, and we can also incorporate their suggestions to include smart surfaces like white roofs or cooler pavement materials. So moving into clarity, there are some things that we can do by circling areas of change on our recommended policy map. We can reorganize some content so people can understand what the place type designations mean when they look at their map. We can provide some more information on those assessment tables, which are really important for all users to understand the needs for their geography, and then include some additional details like a matrix, index, glossary, et cetera. Similar with quality, for the sake of time, I'm going to breeze through these. There are things we can do to increase the legibility of maps, enhance kind of disclaimers about the intent of the illustrative concepts and how the implementation guide is not an adopted policy, but just a staff tool, and then correct, of course, all of our Scrivener errors. So in terms of next steps, there's 2 things I really want to emphasize. We have received feedback in these office hours that these one-on-one conversations are really helpful for the public to understand how their plan is intended to be used. So they suggested we continue this after adoption, and we're recommending the development of an implementation roadshow where for the foreseeable future, we attend a certain number of community meetings every month and go through examples of how their plan should be used in rezoning petitions, how their plan can be used to advocate for their community needs, et cetera. And then we would also update the rezoning staff analysis to show how the community policies, like their prioritized needs, prioritized goals, recommendation for neighborhood change, should all be considered in our rezoning decisions to ensure they're consistently evaluated in line with our vision. And so to kind of move quickly through the next phase, that we do have questions and concerns. They would fall into 4 categories, kind of generally described as future growth, infrastructure, trade-offs, and technical. In terms of future growth, we continue to receive comments and concerns about the rate and scale of growth in our community. This is nothing new, and we really need these community area plans to help manage the growth that's coming in a way that aligns it with our infrastructure capacity, respects neighborhoods, and creates mixed-use centers. There's also some disagreement about disagreement with the growth strategy, which I just said, which is aligning with infrastructure, respecting neighborhoods, and creating mixed-use centers. Some people want more intensity, others want less intensity. We believe that we have struck a really nice balance with the policy map in that it can accommodate all the growth that's coming and still respect neighborhoods. Furthermore, we've provided more considerations for change as described in neighborhoods and with the policy map. With any planning process, there's always the request for more infrastructure, more projects. The goal of these plans is not to catalog every wish, but we set a framework for how growth should occur and then how the investments need to take place to support that growth. And so we've done that by memorializing the strategic investment areas, providing those assessment tables that identify future needs, and then using the neighborhood toolkit to show community members what's already available to them. And then there's a question about how growth will impact city services. Beginning with the comprehensive plan, we have started to coordinate with all service providers about the level of growth that's coming. So we are now using a similar set of growth projections, which Kathy mentioned from the Connect Our Growth. And we've continued to do that through the policy map and now these area plans. And with the area plans, we're recommending a formalization where we share these coordinated growth projections at a regular interval so everyone is able to update their system planning accordingly. In terms of trade-offs, there are always two sides of any issue, and so with these plans, we have continued comments about protecting our tree canopy while accommodating growth, or we have continued comments about manufacturing next to neighborhoods, and also the level of detail within these plans compared to older policy documents. What we try to convey in our responses to questions or comments about these issues is that we are striking the right balance, we are continuing to address concerns, and this body of work is really important to make sure that we continue to move in line with our vision. And then finally, there are technical questions, asking for more policy clarification, asking what data sources we've used, and how we're going to implement this work. And so again, with these three topics, we provide thoughtful responses, cross-reference other sections of the plan where appropriate, and then for implementation and accountability, we believe that roadshow and the staff analysis will really help make sure that we put these policies into action. So I'm going to turn it back over to Kathy real quick.
So I know you all have already seen this slide, but just to reiterate the top value adds from this plan and setting us up for future work. And what the next steps look like, Planning Committee, as Monica mentioned, will make a recommendation at their June 17th meeting, and then it will move forward for council decision. And if they are adopted, we've talked about the implementation roadshow, which we've already, we plan to begin work on very soon. We have been working with Dave and Holly's team and the entitlement services team on enhancements to the rezoning staff analysis, so you'd see that future work coming later this summer. And then we have already begun the pre-planning for specific plans. And then finally, we are coming up on 5 years since the comprehensive plan has been adopted, so we will begin an assessment of, we have a lot of trend data now and other things that we can begin to look at, and we will begin that work as well. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Driggs, any comments or questions?
Well, I'm interested to hear any reaction from my colleagues, and then I just had a couple of quick statements I wanted to make. So,
All right, any comments? I don't see any, so.
all right, then.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see past the pineapple. Ms. Johnson?
I just wanted to clarify, there has been quite a, can you go back to the slide where you categorize the comments?
This one?
No, before that. So there was a Great. So there were recommendations from the residents on the changes they would like to see. Do you have that on a slide where those are?
Well, what this slide is showing is that some of the comments that we've received resulted in new content or policies. Some were clarifying issues. Some were tweaks to different segments of the plan, like Catherine went through, like adding neighborhoods to maps and things like that fall in the quality. And then others are the next steps items. So for example, the comprehensive plan roadshow.
Right.
And the environmental justice action plans.
So when will we see the new content and policies and the clarified content? And also any requests from neighborhoods, such as, I got to go back. But if a neighborhood asks for a specific change, such as less industrial or a tweak to the plan, what's the next step for that? When does council see that?
So you have received and then will receive, you have received all of the comments, and then those comments that resulted in suggested changes were at the top. And so there were a few, we have received a few comments since that time, so we are working through those, and you will get those in your packages. And so the ones that resulted in change will be at the top, and then the remaining, 800 comments, 800 and something comments will be, you'll receive every single comment that was made.
So that, you'll get that this weekend in your packet. It'll go online on our website on Monday with all the comments. And when we bring forward the plans for adoption, you would be adopting them with the revisions as part of the adoption. So all the recommended changes are in those revisions, and they would be adopted as part of the actual area plans.
So shouldn't council see what you're proposing for us to adopt before we adopt it?
That's what you're getting this weekend, all of the proposed changes.
All of the proposed changes, will we see the accepted or adopted changes? I mean,
That is what it is. It's all the accepted changes will be outlined in the table that you'll get this weekend. So
For
you'll
each
have
plan.
about 10 days or so before the 23rd. And we're happy to walk through all the specifics. This includes a summary of all those specifics. We also have, staff's done a one-pager that also has that summary so that it'll help you with community members. And we're happy, we'll send it out to all of our lists that we have as well, where they can go and find their comment, and if there's a proposed change, they'll be able to see that.
okay, so we'll have 10 days to review the proposed changes, and then we would vote on them. So the proposed changes, they won't go out to the public again for them to comment on, right?
They're happy, once they get the proposed changes and see them, I mean, we're happy to have conversations with people if they have questions about them or want to kind of further discuss. We're happy to do that from when they go out till when we come back.
Okay. Proposed changes. And the webinar, let's talk about the webinar. I thought, I recommended that to the city manager. I thought it went very, very well. You said there were over 100 participants. I wanted to know how that was. How many people have attended the office hours? Do you have a count of that?
Not off the top of my head. I think it's around 50.
So office hours, and how long have we had the office hours for?
Twice a week since April 3rd.
Since April. So since April 3rd, we've had 50 people participate, and there were 100 people to participate in the webinar that we only planned for maybe 2 weeks. So, I mean, that was successful. I would recommend we do that again. If you don't know, the webinar, individuals were able to go into breakout sessions and actually hear the specific plan according to their area. So I would recommend that we have more webinars for residents, because that's obviously something that individuals were interested in, and we got a lot of good comments from that. I mean, I participated in the District 4, so I'd like to see that again. I wish the city manager was in the room, but we also talked about postponing the vote. We talked about that in our May 12th meeting, and I'd still like to hear from council. I'm still recommending we do that. I think, Ms. Mayfield, you had an excellent idea. I don't know if you're going to talk about that tonight, but I think the fact that we had 100 participants in a webinar, and that's double what we've had in our office hours since April, I think that speaks to the type of outreach that we need to do for the public. I'd also like to see these proposed changes before we talk about voting for them. I don't know that 10 days is enough to review 14 plans for the councils. I know the district representatives we look at our own area, but these are citywide plans. These are affecting the future of our city. So I think 10 days is it's just not enough time to look at the proposed changes, and especially since they were the ideas of the public. Thank you.
All right.
I just really, go ahead. I was just going to clarify that in addition to the office hours, we've also attended many community meetings in town halls. So it's about 500 people or so in person that we've met with since the April release. So just to be clear on kind of how we're communicating with people.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Monica and team, great job. I know you had walked me through the community area plan. It took me 3 days to get through it. I just started reading that package that you had sent us. Oh, there were a lot of comments. It's going to take me probably a week to get through all of it. I'm going to take you up on your offer to walk me through. It's great to see that we have 35% of suggestions that made it to the plan. I think that tells our residents that we are listening. We are incorporating feedback. We are trying to strike a balance. As you nailed it when you said that we have competing priorities, right? We want more housing. At the same time, you want to save tree canopy. How do we balance that? So I'm glad to see that you are listening to our community and making changes. So you said on Monday we will get a package, another package with the adopted changes. Okay, so that means I'm going to need another week.
So this is what we'll do, is we'll make sure it's very clear what is new from what you have already received.
Oh, got it.
So that it won't be additive. So, I mean, it won't be a repeat. You'll basically just get the new comments. So we gave you guys, so I should have clarified, we gave you 20-plus pages
Right.
of responses. Out of that, so we've had 822. We're responding to every single one of the 822. I'm looking at, that was probably a little over half.
So it was.
Yeah, so there's like
170
over
more.
100 comments received that have resulted in change. And so we can deliver it in multiple ways, whatever's more convenient for you. If you'd like to see it, just the comments from your district, we can do that. If you'd like to see just the comments since you received the last package, we can do that. But collectively, comments from across the city have resulted in these types of changes. And so we're trying to summarize the types of changes that has come out of this public review period.
Yeah, so for at-large members, Councilmember Mitchell, myself, and Mayfield, right, we are reviewing, and Watlington, we are reviewing all 14, at least. So the package that you sent, it's a lot. So
That's why I think that I think it would be good to sit down and talk through. Because we
Yes.
can really help guide you as to exactly what those are. We wanted residents who gave comments to be able to see their comment reflected and responded to.
Right.
But we have been putting together basically materials that help kind of tell that story as to really what we're hearing. And what's recommended, what are the recommended changes?
So after you send us sort of like a summary, I might need one-on-one session to go through that, because it's a lot of information, and trying to go back to all 14 community area plans and trying to go through every single, it's a lot. So currently, you said 23rd is when it's currently scheduled for adoption?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. So if you are getting it on the 16th, sort of the summarized version, so we have about a week to go through everything?
I believe you'll get it in your packet on Friday. So depending on when you get your packet, it'll be in them this weekend.
Okay. Yes, I think a week is just not enough, because I like to go through all 14 plans and feedback. We are not just reviewing one, at least at-large members. So going through that would be difficult. I do agree with an approach I believe one of our colleagues had suggested. I believe it was Councilmember Mayfield, where we could do a few plans, like sort of in phased approach, few plans that may not have a lot of changes, so that we are reviewing 3 to 4 at a time versus all 14. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Ashmere is making a great point, guys. It's council's time for a little bit of relaxation, and I'm sure a lot of folks have decided that they're going to go someplace fabulous. I, however, will be babysitting, so if you want me, I'm cheap babysitting. But I.
Where can I sign up?
I don't know, four girls might be a little bit hard. But I think if we can have some way to make these easier to work with. And so I think a lot of this is about having the opportunity to speak with your colleagues about what's going on. So if there's a document that says we want to do this in this community plan, I mean, it's just as important, I think Ms. Ashmere said, as a at-large council member, it's really important. But I think it's the dialogue that really makes a big difference when you're doing something this much. And I think that, I understand we've worked really hard, 3 or 4 years on this, and we want to do it, but I think we need to give credit to those folks that are working on it now, as well as giving credit to those folks that will have to do all of the reading and the review of it. So hopefully, Monica, we can figure something out. You can send something out, but it doesn't have to be the whole. It could be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and have a goal in it. Does that make sense? Or if I'm hurting you, or I'm sorry, I'm not hurting you, but if I'm not hearing you correctly, I want to make sure that I think that what you're hearing from the council is the ability to really deep dive into something. Not everybody, but I think enough.
Yeah, let us think about it. The issue with breaking them up is that, one, there isn't really clear areas that, it's not like, oh, this one you're hearing a lot and this one you're not. It's really, we're hearing common things across all 14. And also, if we were to do that, the policy guidance, which is really important for our process, for our rezoning process, for our staff analysis, would then be piecemeal also across the city. So we would really just need to think through.
Right.
What is our goal at the end of the day? What are we really, what more do we want to learn or understand?
Yeah.
Because we're really focused on having that even playing field and consistency across,
So you're talking about equity and how you do this so that you don't, but I still think that even with that, we need time to read and reflect and talk and dialogue. It's just something that I think would be more important than we can really expect right now. So I don't know if Ms. Mayfield had her hand up, so she may have a better idea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Monica, I will say it's concerning to hear the comment of piecemealing, because I've already shared with the manager and with full council that I will be much more comfortable with opposed of us having to read through this in a short period of time and approving all 14 area plans, that we should really look into creating a way for us to approve the plans as they are ready. This idea of this blanket, when we still have challenges that directly conflict with our agent in place, our neighborhood continuity. We have already seen projects be built in neighborhoods that have completely changed the character of that neighborhood. At the exact same time, which we have no control over, investors, whether they're international or domestic, have purchased just around 100,000 single-family homes in our communities. In some areas, they're only up to 30% of the residential single-family homes, which are now rentals. That is having an impact. As we are approving all of this additional multifamily, that is having impacts on neighborhoods, because you had individuals who were once living in their home, enjoying their yard, enjoying their neighborhood. Now they are surrounded by multifamily, and you now have 3, 4, 5 stories over your backyard looking in. And it's not like we're approving or we're paying for a 10, 20-foot fence to create your protection. Some areas of the community are farther along than other areas, which is why I had asked, can we break this up so that we don't hold up the areas that have come together and have a vision and a plan? I personally have a challenge with the idea of 10-minute neighborhoods, because whether you recognize it or not, long-term, that's segregation. If everything that I need is right here, I am never going over to the east side. I'm not going over to the university area. I'm not going over to South End. I'm not going over to NODA because I'm in my little 10-minute area. That's a different conversation. But when we're talking about a comprehensive plan, if that plan does not truly take into consideration what our policy language, as well as the county's policy language, has done to areas like Freedom Drive, Tuckasegee, Wilkinson Boulevard, Nations Ford, South Boulevard. Let's look at the Wilmore community and what we did along South Boulevard that is now bleeding in, where we're telling Wilmore neighbors that you need to now buy a parking permit to have guests come visit you at your own home because someone thought this was a great idea to do as a pilot. When we have elders and individuals on fixed incomes that live in these neighborhoods, who have lived in these neighborhoods for 30, 40 plus years, and now we're telling them you need to pay to park at your own house or to have family or guests visit you at your house. So there is a challenge in some areas that other areas of the city might not be experiencing. I need us to take that into consideration. I also hear my colleagues, and I agree with Councilmember Ajmira, that is not enough time for us to go through and read through it. And you know, a couple of us will pull out a freaking highlighter and stop at every other sentence to figure out what is going on. That's just creating more work for y'all. Because the less time that we have to go through it, the more we're going to say you're going to need to give us more time. But I do want us to take into consideration the impact of approving the blanket idea without clearly listening to what has the current language impacted, how is this new language going to either rectify or slow down that impact, what is the end goal? If we can't answer that for our residents, whether that resident is near Eastland where we're having a lot of development, or whether they're in the middle of Central Avenue where we're seeing a lot of impact as well. If we can't answer that, then we're not, to me, able to be as representative as we want to be.
All right. Mr. Driggs, wrap this up for us.
All right, so it sounds like we need more time, and I think we'll have to talk about that. This is a lot in this tight time frame near the end. I think the idea of making the plans effective at different times is difficult, possibly even legally, because then you have a different kind of rule in different parts of town, unequal treatment of different parts of town. So I think what we need to do is take as much time as everybody needs to get comfortable with all the plans and then make them effective. I just wanted to note also quickly, this has been amazing work by the staff. They have made every effort to include us. They've made every effort to reach out to the public. And their professionalism just impresses me every time. I will note, however, that it is very difficult, and I've said this before, for the general public to absorb all this. So our expectation that the man in the street is going to be able to answer if you ask them, what do you think, huh? How about those area plans? And that's why I think there is a burden on us. And this is why also, if we need more time, we should take it. There is a burden on us to know what our constituents care about and to know for each location what the perception is of people who live there and whether it aligns with this plan. When you think about it, we have a 2040 plan, a UDO, a policy map, we have community area plans, we have a tree plan, we have specific plans. It's impossible to expect that the general public, then what happens is you get a rezoning and suddenly everybody's an expert, right? And then they're reading aloud from our ordinance. So we just want to anticipate the questions that they may ask later and be sure we have good answers for them. And that's where we are now. You'll get a good opportunity. We have had a good opportunity to see the sort of reactions. But what we haven't seen yet is the reaction of some uninitiated person who just found out that the Gillespie rezoning is about to happen next door. So I hope we can discuss. I think it's possible that we can give ourselves a little more time. And then I hope we can establish a timeline for an adoption and effectiveness of all the plans.
Well, let's move forward on this. Mr. Driggs, if you could have your committee kind of give us an outline, as you say, for what else do we need to do to be able to get all of the council members, possibility for them to review this in the time that we have. So, Ms. Johnson, and then we'll wrap it up. We do
Thank
have
you.
a closed
I know.
session.
One last question, and Mr. Manager, again, I think the webinar was so great. If we could do that by district, that would be awesome, or the way we did it before. I called you, Mr. Graham, and told you how interactive it was, and there are residents that do understand this and that were able to give feedback. So the webinar, again, was breakout sessions, and individuals were able to really hear how it's going to impact them directly. So I suggest another one. It was great. I'd like one for District 4 for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have to go with, thank you, Ms. Mayfield. So we are going to have a closed session. Mr. Fox, could you please read the reason that we're going into closed session? And we're going to have it in this room, so if you're not a part of this discussion, please take a step out of our space so that we can get this done as well. Mr. Fox?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, the motion is to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318-11A10 to view recordings released pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 132.1.4A. That would be the motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Please raise your hand. All right. Who am I missing? Mr. Driggs, raise your hand, please. Mr. Driggs, raise your hand, please. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll go ahead and have the space.
May want to see if any opposed. I don't.
Does anyone oppose having this session?
None opposed.
All right, none opposed. So if everybody can move around. everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Charlotte Business Meeting, Charlotte City Council Business Meeting. We are now going to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to begin with introductions, and we'll start with Ms. Ajmira.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmira, at large.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, serving you at large.
Good evening, Edwin Peacock, District 6.
Ed Dries, District 7. Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina. I serve you in District 5.
Good evening. Thank you for coming this evening. My name is Tijuana Brown. It's a pleasure to serve District 3.
Anthony Fox, Interim City Attorney.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
All right, thank you, everyone. We begin our meeting with an invocation or an expression of inspiration, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by the council member is intended to solemnize our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without religious faith. Tonight, Councilmember Johnson will give our invocation, and followed immediately after we will have the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do respect religious beliefs, but I would ask if you would bow your head or close your eyes or just a moment of silence, please. Gracious God, as we gather today to make decisions that will shape the future of our city, I come before you not just as one voice, but as a member of this council. Leaders you have entrusted in a time of challenge. In the midst of division and distraction, grant us wisdom, humility, and courage. Help us be faithful stewards of the resources entrusted to us. Let this budget reflect compassion, equity, and responsibility. Lord, we also ask for unity, not uniformity, but a shared commitment to serve our city with integrity and purpose. Bless our residents, strengthen our communities, and guide us forward together. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand if you choose to for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag, our country's flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Next on our agenda, I'd like to recognize Councilmember LaWanna Mayfield for a proclamation.
Thank you so very much, Madam Mayor. I am proud to read this proclamation tonight and the meaning behind it. Back in 2011, our community came out and supported me as our city's first openly LGBTQIA+ elected official, and we have had many since, both appointed as well as elected. So on behalf of our mayor, whereas Charlotte is home to a vibrant and diverse community, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ citizens who contribute immeasurably to the social, cultural, civic, and economic vitality of our region. Charlotte's LGBTQ community, along with their families, friends, neighbors, and allies, have helped shape our collective progress through resilience, creativity, leadership, and a deep commitment to justice and inclusion. And whereas the month of June is traditionally celebrated as LGBTQ Pride Month, honoring the legacy of the Stonewall Uprising of June 28, 1969 in New York City, where LGBTQ people, especially people of color, trans individuals, and youth bravely stood against systemic oppression, sparking a movement that transformed the nation. And whereas Charlotte's LGBTQ community first began organizing socially and politically in the early 1970s, with the city's first Pride events taking place in 1981. This legacy continued with the founding of Charlotte Pride in 2000 and Charlotte Black Pride in 2005, each playing a critical role in uplifting voices, fostering visibility, and advocating for equity across our communities. And whereas this marks a historic moment as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Charlotte Black Pride in July and the 25th anniversary of Charlotte Pride in August, two cornerstone celebrations that reflect the strength, joy, and perseverance of our local LGBTQ community. Whereas as LGBTQ history and contributions are being systemically erased, we honor the foundations laid by our leaders, including Donaldson King, Blake Brockington, Janice Covington, Ginger Walker, who was here earlier but needed to leave, and Reverend Deborah Hopkins. Now, therefore, I, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim June 2025 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Charlotte and encourage all citizens to join us in this special observance. Witness her hand and the official seal of the city of Charlotte by Alexander Lyles.
Ms. Mayfield, we have several people that would like to come down and accept this proclamation. Cameron Pruitt, Erica Chanel, Lolita Chanel, Miles Perry, is Jaleesa here?
Is Jaleesa here?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
should've-
she in trouble.
No.
She in trouble.
Jaleesa Stitt, Meredith Thompson, Chad Turner, and Ginger Walker.
And some members, unfortunately, Mayor, did need to leave when we went into closed session.
I'm sorry about that. We're really grateful.
Cameron, you want to get in the picture?
Cameron, do you want to take a
You need to
picture?
get
You need to get in the picture,
You
sir.
need to get in the picture.
There we go. That's for sure.
Hold on. somebody
Paula,
go
will
take
you
a
help him
picture.
with the picture?
Yeah, I can help. I'm one of them.
No.
Thank you for indulging us, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, our first item on our agenda is a public hearing and initial findings for the resolution of draw program for the Spectrum Center upgrade and refunding of outstanding certificates of participation. Because this is a public hearing, I'm going to ask the city clerk if we have any speakers.
No, ma'am.
All right, since we have no speakers, we have a motion to close. Do I have a motion to close
So
the
moved,
public
Mayor.
hearing? Or would there be a discussion?
Discussion, Mayor.
We want to have a discussion?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so is there any comment from the council?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment, and again, when you get on council a few weeks ago and you start to read an item such as this where there's a significant amount of money that's being exchanged, you'd like to know, number one, where are you spending it and why are you spending it? But what wasn't clear, at least as far as the write-up was put together for me, was that obviously many of these decisions are related to the financing component to what we're doing within Spectrum. I wanted to ask Matt Hosted to come up if he's available to talk. I don't think he's here. Matt, you and I talked beforehand just to kind of rebrief everybody again on maybe what's not written up in detail here that you guys provided me sometime between 12 o'clock and 5:30 this afternoon. So thank you very much for catching me up in my advanced class and certificates of participation and decisions that were made in 2022 that I may not have agreed with at that time.
Absolutely. So again, Matt Hassett, City Treasurer with Finance Department. What we spoke about earlier today were a couple of different things I'll sort of walk through is that back in 2022, City Council then authorized the manager to negotiate an agreement with Hornets and Sports Entertainment for up to $275 million worth of improvements to the Spectrum Center as well as to our practice facility. It was in 2023 that City Council then authorized the first bond anticipation note program for us to start construction at the Spectrum Center. At this time, we have now expended that entire $110 million, so we're ready to take that out and convert it to long-term debt, as well as start the next line of credit for continued construction that's actively ongoing at the Spectrum Center. So tonight's specific action is to hold a public hearing and authorize us to make application to the local government commission for their consideration. And then on June 23rd, we'll come back for an additional approval to actually get authorization to issue the bonds. So the timing of this is by holding the council meeting tonight and June 23rd, we're able to seek LGC approval in July and issue the debt itself within July as well. So any delay on that would cause us significant interest costs to carry that forward. A couple of the types of projects that we are doing are helping improve the entry areas to the Spectrum Center, improving safety security systems for walk-through metal detectors, fire sprinkler systems, improving locker rooms and bathrooms on all floors for customers who come into the building, as well as improving flooring and lighting and pedestrian wayfinding signs throughout the building. And I know that we have a follow-up for Councilmember Peacock to give him a little bit more detail on that as well.
And again, so today's the public hearing. We have no speakers. So
No, we did not have any
if this
public
motion passes here today, which I believe it will, then we move forward to a decision on
June 23rd.
June 23rd. And again, can you explain again if the consequence, if this were to receive a no vote right now, what a delay would cost approximately?
Sure.
The city, because we're under obligation, am I correct?
Yes, so we have fully executed agreements with Hornet Sports Entertainment to fully deliver up to $275 million for those improvements. And Hornets and Sports Entertainment is responsible for any cost overruns to that $275 million commitment. So the only way we would have less than $275 million of commitment is if there were project savings. And this time, due to inflation and tariffs of those things that nature, we do not expect any type of cost savings at this time. So if we were to delay, because this is a variable rate interest-only financing, we are carrying interest on the bond anticipation note. For the last month, it was approximately $350,000. So if we were to delay financing until September, which will be the earliest we could go to the LGC if we did not get approval for both tonight and June 23rd, we would have that continuing cost until we're able to do that ultimate financing.
All right, Madam Mayor, I'm planning on supporting this because I know it would cost the taxpayers more money. I think what staff has helped me to understand is they're going to provide me detailed information so that the public knows what we're spending our money on. It's a significant amount. I also wanted to ask my colleague, Mr. Driggs here, who's quite the expert on this topic, if he'd like to add anything to that before we call for a vote.
Well, I think Ms. Ajmira wanted to add something
Oh,
first.
she did?
So
Okay.
ladies first.
Okay, all right, Ms.
Right, Ms.
Asmira, go ahead.
I think let's award a trophy to Mr. Peacock for getting up to speed on everything that has happened from 2022 to now. There were amendments that was made, so you gotten up to speed pretty quickly. So you deserve a trophy from this
Yeah,
council.
I'll take that trophy.
Wait a minute, here's some hand sanitizer. Maybe that's what we really need.
Yeah.
But this is just a contractual obligation, and really great work by Matt and the entire team for reducing our financing cost. The clock is ticking.
I had, Mr. Driggs, did you want to have a comment?
I'll raise my hand in my turn. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Johnson, did you want to be recognized?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Johnson?
Thank you. I had asked Ms. Harris earlier if we could have a list of community benefits by this Spectrum Arena or from the Spectrum Arena. I think in the wake of the CIAA decision, I think that citizens do have questions as far as the obligation to the public. So I don't know how long that list is today, or if it's something that you can provide so the public can view that. I think that's something we should take a look at.
We can certainly provide a little bit more information because that's getting a little bit outside of my area. I apologize, but I do know that we have 12 community event days each year with the Spectrum Center. So we can definitely provide some additional information, but we have 12 utilization days that we have ability to do things in Spectrum Center.
So we have 12 utilization days
Yes.
total, right?
I believe annually, but I'd have to confirm that, but I believe it is annually that we have 12 event days and
Yeah, 12 total annual. Okay, all right, yeah. Thank you.
All right, are there any other council questions? Mr. Graham?
No question, just as chairman of the Economic Development Committee, I think your questions were very appropriate. You do deserve an award. We're just basically dotting i's and crossing t's, running it through the gauntlet of approval process. Great project. I think there's a return on the investment, and I just encourage everyone to vote yes so we can take this two-step process, taking the first step tonight. Thank you.
All right. So is there anyone else that would like to comment?
We need the economist.
All right, so with
Where's your
that, I'm going
spreadsheet?
to ask, we have a
I'm
motion.
hoping
Do
we
I
can
have
just get this
I'm
done.
sorry.
I'm
Do I
hoping
have a?
Let's get it done.
So move, Mayor.
right,
Action
do I
A,
have-
B, C, and D.
Madam Mayor, the motion is simply
Close the public.
Close the public hearing. Right.
There still will be a motion on the underlying item.
But you have
We have- we
a
said-
motion and a second for closing the public
Closing the
hearing.
public hearing, yes.
So we just need
do
to vote.
that. So we're just taking a vote right now. All right, does everyone have the materials in their agenda? So all in favor of the initial findings and
No, we're
Closing the
I'm sorry,
hearing.
closing the public hearing, okay. So let's,
move.
we have a motion to
Second.
close. We have a second.
had it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Thank you. Anyone opposed? No one's opposed. Mr. Graham?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve action items A, B, C, and D.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for these items. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, A, B, C, and D as in your note, as in your agenda. All in favor? Anyone opposed or in opposition? Ms. Brown is in opposition. So that carries us through now to the manager's report. Do we move on? Do you have-
Manager, my report, Mayor, is basically just teeing it up for item number 9, which is the budget. And so, as you're well aware, it's a $3.6 billion budget, which is structurally balanced both in the upcoming fiscal year as well as in FY '27. The council has had its opportunity, and what's in front of you tonight is the result of the council's hard work on the budget.
All right, so let's hear from the chair of our budget committee, Ms. Ajmira.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will make the motion so we can have a discussion. Move to approve A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K.
Elemental P.
I feel like I'm singing. This is what I do.
Get that at home, I bet. So with that,
Second.
we have a motion and several seconds to this. All right, is there any discussion? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, thank you for the great work on this year's budget. And the budget team, if you could please stand, we'd like to recognize you.
Get up.
You know, they are all waiting to take their breaks, so they have well-deserved. They have put in a lot of effort into this. What I really liked about this year's budget is our intentional focus on our youth, especially investing in our youth, supporting our youth. As we know that time is so critical as federal dollars have dried up for some of the organizations, especially grassroots organizations that do get funding from the city. This also invests in our workforce to recruit and retain the best talent that we have. And obviously, Mr. Jones have kept up with our legacy of having affordable cost service, no property tax increase, lowest tax rate among our peers in the entire state. That speaks a volume to your financial leadership, Mr. Jones. Thank you. And also, this budget reflects our priorities: housing, public safety, infrastructure, economic development. And I'd be remiss if I did not thank my colleagues on the committee that had really contributed, provided input along the way. Councilmember Mayfield, Mitchell, Brown, appreciate all the work that's been done, and the entire council to make this budget where we are today. So I hope this will be the budget where we get unanimous vote. But that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, followed by Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First thing I have to say is kudos to our Budget Department for your outstanding work in putting up with this council and our budget schedule. Then let me thank the city manager. I think every time we sit around this dais, There are so many needs in our community, and to balance those needs without a property tax increase is a statement that we understand that these are tough times for our citizens, but at the same time, we got to continue to provide public service to make sure your quality of life improves. I want to say a special thank to Maria and Cheryl for our financial partners. For the first time, we had an application process. It started back in December, and then it continued on in February, and then this past June, then council added some more financial partners. And it's important because we realize nonprofits really make our city very special. And so I have a couple of them I just want to highlight, particularly one in the very orange jacket here that she has on with the, with the Women Business Center. We thank you for what you're doing to encourage more women to be entrepreneurs and continue to increase their participation in city contract. Thank you so much. Then we have some nonprofits do great works in our corridors, like For the Struggle in Councilman Graham District, the Mail Place in Councilmember Molina District, and Charlotte Metro in Councilmember Brown District. So kudos to the city, but more important, kudos to your citizens. We're going to continue to make sure the 14th largest city in America continue to thrive without increasing your property taxes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me too also lend my voice of support to first the management staff led by the city manager, the budget director, everyone that works in the finance department, certainly Ms. Ashmeyer and the budget committee for their work and dedication to putting together an all-in $3.6 billion budget for the city of Charlotte. When I'm in the barber shop, right, like today, and people talk about or ask questions about city government, the one thing that I tell them right from the very start is that we are a well-managed city, that we have not raised property tax this year, that we support our core services, that North Carolina and Charlotte remains one of the largest cities with the lowest tax rate in the state, that everything starts with our enterprise department, Charlotte Douglas International Airport, which is the economic generator, not for the city of Charlotte, but for the region, all 14 counties that's around the city of Charlotte, that we continue to invest in affordable housing, that we continue to invest in public safety, both fire and police, that we continue to invest in our employees and those who work for the city of Charlotte. The lowest paid employee for our city makes around $50,000 a year. And I think that's something that we all should be proud of. And the fact that we continue to maintain a AAA bond rating, I think that's really, really important for our community, that we are continuing to invest in ourselves and doing it in a way that is financially pleasing and satisfying for those who are looking at what we're doing. And that's why it's really important that we are very intentional about where we put our investment. It's very intentional about where we and how we use resources from a wide variety of buckets, that we use it appropriately, that we are very intentional about what we're doing, because everyone is watching how we're utilizing our monies and how we're spending it, and the public responsibility that goes along with that. Just like Councilmember Ashmeyer, I'm very excited about the establishment of the Office of Youth Opportunities to promote economic opportunity and positive youth development for ages 13 through 24. I continue to be impressed about what we're doing for the Corridors of Opportunity, Madam Mayor, notwithstanding an email you just recently received about Corridors of Opportunities. It's probably one of the most amazing things that we're doing that impacts a wide geography of individuals and quarters and communities throughout the city of Charlotte. And we are impacting outward mobility. We are investing in minority business owners. We are investing in quarter revitalization. I believe if we revitalize the quarters, we revitalize the neighborhoods that surround them. And so all in, I think we're doing exactly what the taxpayers expect us to do, that we're being very responsible with our resources. We're managing those financials well. We continue to have a great credit rating and investing in the council priorities that the council has established. Lastly, we just talked about the Spectrum Arena and $275 million, which is a major economic development project. But this budget also invests in things that we really don't talk about on the news, or you get a whole lot of conversation about, but it's really important. It's the blocking and tackling of what we do. It's workforce development, it's job creation, it's supporting small business owners, those things that we do each and every day from an economic development perspective. We're investing in those agencies and those departments, and we're getting the type of results that I think the citizens are expecting from us from this budget. So a great job. We still have challenges ahead in 2026 and 27 as we do some forecasting. But certainly today, our community stand on solid financial grounds in terms of being very responsible and investing in priorities that hopefully will change the quality of life for residents throughout the city of Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to work on getting my hand up quicker before the accolades, because, of course, the manager knows I have questions. Staff, thank you for all the work that you do. Manager, thank you for hearing not only myself, but also my colleagues regarding our fire department. I truly appreciate the investments that have been identified for our infrastructure and advancing the construction of 5 new firehouses. I'm definitely happy about the fact that we've added the commercial burn building to the advanced planning and design program, because we want our firefighters to be as well prepared as possible for today's construction and development. I do have a question in here, as we have identified funding for 45 electric vehicles and 155 hybrid vehicles, which we say to reduce emissions in the city's fleet, as well as the continued conversion of the airport's bus fleet to electric vehicles. I believe that is something that's going to be coming before us at a later meeting. I want to publicly state that we have a number of EV companies out there now. I would prefer if the city of Charlotte moves in a different direction versus purchasing any more Tesla vehicles. We have numerous vehicle companies that produce electric vehicles at reasonable costs, even though we may use a cooperative bid process at times. We have the ability to outreach. It has been proven on multiple occasions, the instability, and I think we can make better choices of tax dollars and identify companies that align with our city's goals and expectations of truly being a welcoming city. Other than that, I would say thank you for producing another budget that is a balanced budget without a tax increase, even though we still must acknowledge there are water increases that will have an impact on some people. But I also appreciate the fact that this council approved additional funding to help not only our city employees, but also to help our residents that will be in need, because the need is growing. And the latest point in time count shows that we have even more unhoused adults and youth in our community than what we had at the beginning of this year. This budget includes a way to not only help our employees, but also to help us continue helping the community to the best way we can. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to join the others in commending the staff for the preparation of the budget and the presentation. I can tell you guys, I worked with finance professionals in big cities for a long time, and they don't know anything you don't know. Well done. I am pleased to support the budget. It's balanced. It doesn't have a tax increase, those things that I really care about. I've noted before, and I'll just repeat briefly, it's a stretch budget. We need to be aware of that. We issued $400 million of debt last year, which is above our sustainable run rate. And when we did a revaluation, I think we should get credit for the fact that we reduced our tax rate to the point where we have no compensation for the rise, the inflation increase in our expenses. And we were able to do that. We're able this year to avoid a tax increase. So
I appreciate everything that has gone into this. I just caution us, I think that we are going to, we have some challenges ahead. I'll just put it that way. But now's not the time. Now's the time to celebrate a well-constructed budget. And I'm hoping, too, that we can be unanimous and give the manager the benefit of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I too want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. You know, when we have the opportunity to go to National League of Cities and visit with other cities and elected officials, there are major cities in this country that would love to have a balanced budget and would love to have the sources of funding that we have without increasing property tax. There was one conversation I had with one particular elected official, and they have an unbalanced budget in a city that we all love, and they had no idea where they were going to make it up from. So that just underscores how incredibly sharp our staff is, and how incredibly thorough the staff and the city manager are in protecting having a balanced budget and having the credit rating. And having said that, there's just some fantastic things in this budget. And City Manager, I'd like to also just say, you know, this process, I think this year was a very good process to go about constructing our budget. And so to the chair, Ms. Ajmira, and your committee, I've sat through pretty much all your meetings, and the process for having financial partners that was stood up this year was a great process. The committee leaned into that quite a bit. We stuck to that process to a certain extent in this budget process. We were better this year than we were last year.
Areas of opportunity.
Areas of progress.
Yeah.
Also, you know, the realignment of the animal care and control is something we've been hearing for well over a year. I went out to visit them about 2 years ago, and they have leaned into that effort. And so we have satellite adoption facilities. We're investing in that. We've listened to them, and we've pivoted their report structure, which is incredibly important. $24 an hour as minimum pay is a big deal, and I'm glad that we are leaning into our employees, city manager as well, and the investment in CMPD and Charlotte Fire. Just having the burn building advance alone, I think, is a huge accomplishment for them. They're literally executing their training academy on built structures out of pallets that they're taking the time out of their day to build and then train the cadets that are coming in. And so that's something that they very much wanted, and I'm very happy to see that here, as well as the Office of Youth Opportunities. So we definitely listen to the city's residents, and we do that in a way that's balanced and thoughtful, and it's because of staff and the city manager who make sure that we stay within those guardrails. So kudos for continuing to be a well-managed government with a balanced budget without increasing taxes. I will end in an agreement with Mr. Driggs in that, you know, we are in a cycle where we're in an inflationary process here, and we're not sure where that will be this time next year, but we will at a certain point, unless the city manager has some more rabbits in the hat to pull out, eventually we will have to raise taxes. Just the inflationary environment that we've been living in over the last several years will necessitate some type of increase of funding. But to be able to stave that off for another fiscal year is really important. And thank you to the partners that have come out. Jessica from Hearts and the Invisible, thank you for your work. I always like to give you your flowers for the work, for the street work that you do, and especially in District 1, but all over the city of Charlotte. as well as Foundation for the Carolinas with administering our arts programs. There really is an incredible amount of great things in this budget that we're leaning into as a city. So congratulations, Mr. Manager, and congratulations to the city staff.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm looking forward to supporting this budget as well. I didn't support it last year because of the tax increase. So I'm happy that we don't have the tax increase. We do have a balanced budget. I would hope, and I don't get too far ahead of myself, but before we look at raising taxes next year, there are alternative funds that perhaps we could take a look at. But nonetheless, we're talking about today. I'm honored to support a $3.6 billion budget. We don't take this lightly, and I just look forward to supporting this. There are some exciting things in this budget, such as the $200,000 for the NAACP conference, again, Hearts for the Invisible, Foundation for the Carolinas, and all the other grassroots organizations that I'm honored to support, such as just all of them. I don't want to name too many because I don't want to leave anyone out, but we're just honored to do this work. And I thank you, Mr. Manager, and to your staff for such a great job. So thank you.
All right, are there any other comments to be made? Would you like to make a comment? Mr. Jones?
Unanimous.
He just won 6 votes.
So you've heard so much from the members of this body on all of the requirements that we have to have and all of the things that we have to respond to. And I would join the council in saying that a budget is really the guidance of what you believe and what you want to accomplish. And this budget, by having opportunities in housing, by having opportunities for young people, by engaging when other partners are around that can do the work with us, I think that that is fairly significant. And so with that, I don't know if I have a motion yet.
Yes, you have a motion.
You do have a motion, right? So if we have a motion, I am glad to say if you agree or support this budget, please raise your hands.
Second,
All right?
11 seconds.
And is there anyone that opposes this budget?
Support it.
I'm sorry?
I support it.
You support it as well. So that is unanimous, and I am grateful. I'm sure the manager is grateful for the unanimous vote. We have a lot of work to do, but it's going to be good work. That's the way I think. Good work.
Give them a
and
hand,
good
guys.
deeds. Now, we really know that Hannah's up there, and where's
Mr.
Marie, and all of
Heath.
them. These are the people that are here on Saturday mornings, because I usually come in a little bit on Saturdays, and there are people in that budget office that really deserve whatever you can do in terms of affordability for their celebration, Mr.
Yes.
Jones. So thank you for what you do. You're terrific.
Mayor, can you
Yes.
say it again? So he hear loud and clear. He should give them a celebration.
Celebration. Exactly, so.
Within
Budget line item.
Within budget. That's right, Councilman Graham, within budget.
Now, we're not going to go for the cheap water, I hope. Ms.
Take it out
Brown,
of
you raised
financial
your hand.
partners.
I did. I didn't want to scare him, so I wanted to vote before I said what I said. But I just want to say that I'm a big advocate of the people's budget, also the animal shelter. I know there's other things that need to be done. The nonprofit organizations, most of them fall up under the people's budget. And the staff, you guys are amazing because we gave y'all a headache going back and forth, but we have to do exactly what the constituents want us to do and stretch it a little bit. So I didn't want you to think I wasn't going to vote for it, but I also want you to know that it's a big deal to hear the people's voice and to hear the people's budget stick out the way it did and how you tried to pull things together. And I would shout out my nonprofit organization, Save Our Children's Movement, because it did something special for them, and I'm grateful that we were able to do that. So along with all the other great things that you did, I wanted to put that one on the record. And ATV, okay? Always remember, Alternative to Violence need to see people that can identify with the needs of the people that we need in the community. So make sure that we stay and keep ATV for years and years and years and years to come. All right? My grandson is sitting up here. Make sure you take care of ATV. All right, thank you.
Mayor, I forgot to mention Mr. Heath. in my remarks. I just wanted to make sure we recognize him. He supports the budget committee, and he always makes sure, he calls me over the weekends to make sure all ducks are in a row. So, Mr. Heath, thank you for taking my calls on weekends, late nights. I really appreciate it.
Well, as you can see, if you're watching us, I hope that you see the caliber and quality of the people that serve this community. So thank you, everyone, for that. And again, kudos on the budget. All right, so the next item that we have is on our agenda, adopt a resolution to invest assets in an ancillary governmental participant investment program established by the Treasurer of the State of North Carolina. So we are going to, who is going to?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Is there anyone opposed? None that are opposed. Our next item is Learn to Earn Grant Administration Services. Is there a motion to approve the contract with GECO?
So moved.
Second. Motion to adopt A and B, Madam Mayor.
A and B, second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Ajmira?
Quickly, this funding source is our federal funds that we received in middle of the pandemic. The grassroots organizations have been waiting to apply for this fund to further their digital inclusion work. And I appreciate the work that's been done on this to find a partner that is certainly very reasonable in terms of the management fee of only 10%. That is not every day that we see that. So I appreciate the work that's been done by staff to find a good partner to help us get these funds out. I did request Ms. Harris and Mr. Heath to help us get the process out to grassroots organization, similar to what we did for individual arts funding, so that we can notify those organizations who have reached out to us. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, what she said. I think this is great, and I'm very happy to support it.
All right, thank you for your support of the item. All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I reached out to Marie since it was noted that we received numerous applications for this bid, and I think we need to have consistency with listing, because all we have is just this one organization, but we received over 18 bids for this, whether they're at 10% or not. What we did not receive is where the other bids were, and also if these companies, if any of the other companies may have been more in alignment, like were they a local organization? Are they a part of our community currently? Outside of me having to go online to do the research myself, if we have this opportunity, this could have been multi-layered, with identifying a small business here or a business that we already have in our system, for them to be the one to then help allocate these funds out into the community versus an organization that may need to learn our community or reach out to someone that's already in our community to help them do their job. I've asked this previously with making sure that we all receive the information for all of the bids. It was not in here. I personally don't know enough about this particular organization, Learn to Earn, but we have digital navigators. We have a number of groups right here in Charlotte's backyard that in essence has already been doing this work without having 10% of a $2 million contract. So I think we need, even though this is probably going to pass, I'm personally not going to support this, because I think we missed the opportunity to actually ensure that we are contributing and building up locally what we have. Thank you.
I appreciate those remarks, Ms. Mayfield. I think that we all heard them again, the opportunities that we have lost or may have lost. So we have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Ms. Mayfield, Ms. Johnson, and Ms. Brown.
Hey, just, Mayor, if I
Mr.
may, And you can give this information to us later on, but I think Councilman Mayfield brought some excellent point. So it would be nice if we know this a certified company already with our CBI program and a list of the other 18.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson.
Just to piggyback off what Ms. Bayfield said, this kind of falls in line with the review of the procurement policy that we've talked about, wanting to have referred to committee. I just want to lift that up. Again, we talked about it on May 12th, and I think this is another example that I would like to see our procurement policy take a deeper dive, perhaps in whatever committee that is. If it's, I think this is another example that the council needs to be more engaged in that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion that was approved. So thank you again for those of you who reminded us about the other opportunities that we have, and that the manager will follow up on that. So the next item is item 12, Haven Ridge at Sharon Amity Affordable Housing Development Support Request. Is there a motion to?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to deny.
Second.
Option A and, or action A and B.
Deny
Yes, ma'am.
A and B.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You want to go ahead and explain the issues and
Is there a second to the
your
motion?
concerns?
Mayfield seconded.
Ms. Mayfield seconded,
I
yes.
second it.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I just want to, first of all, thank all of you for extending me the Housing and Neighborhood Services Group have done a tremendous job in carrying out what we've asked them to do. I know that our committee done a really good job of setting the charge, but what this was just, in practical terms, although it is, you know, a uniform proposal, it's just not a good fit for where it is. And so once you all extended me the grace and time to work on this, I set up 2 different meetings. The first one was at the Charlotte Museum of History, where we had the developer there with a few community members, and there was just a really strong opposition to us deploying $6 million of the Housing Trust Fund monies towards this project. And so we set up a subsequent meeting. Staff and I attended. Warren was there, Warren Wooten, Rebecca Hefner, and we listened attentively for over 2 hours. And there were so many different concerns from the community around. This is an age-protected, very densely populated offering that is in 2 existing single-family homes, and it just changes the character of the existing community dramatically. And so I know that you all got an email that was sent from another adjacent community as well, the Homeowners Association, that actually sent over some information. But after just engaging with a wealth of the neighbors that are close to this community, and just getting feedback that just was all in opposition. I mean, there was not a single, I would love to see this, and we're even, with the type of housing, it was just, you know, it wasn't a good fit. The concerns, the challenges, things that I've shared with all of you via email. So I have spoken to our leaders in Housing and Neighborhood Services. Warren, thank you for all of your work. Rebecca, thank you. And I've spoken to both of them to tell them, you know, that this isn't a failure on their part. It fit into the parameters of what the council was asking, but again, it just is not a fit for this particular area in East Charlotte for a number of different reasons that we've already listed. So I'm asking for you to join me in sending this one back to the drawing board, those $6 million back to the drawing board, for us to find something that the taxpayers that awarded us the opportunity, that they can align with us on, and we can move forward and provide this resource.
Is there any comment on the motion? We have Ms. Sajmira.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Molina for her leadership. We all got emails about this, And I heard from Coventry Woods neighbors, they appreciated attending your listening sessions. You held 2 of them to ensure that there is community participation. And I had personally visited that site, and I can understand some of the concerns that's been raised by the neighbors. And I agree this proposal does fail to earn the community trust, so I will support Councilmember Molina's motion. But at the same time, I do want to say that this is not a failure on the staff's side. They done the work within the parameters they were given. But again, this does fail to earn the community trust, which is so critical for any proposal. So I hope that our colleagues do support our district representative in denying this.
All right, any other comments? We have a motion on the floor to deny this project. All in favor of denial, please raise your hands. I think that's unanimous, if I see correctly. So, thank you. Yes. So with that, we're now going to get an update from Paula Remnick and HR on the city attorney search, but I wanted to remind us and the public of where we are. In January, we hired Anthony Fox for a 6-month interim period and started a search and recruitment effort. Over the next several months, I received positive feedback about Mr. Fox, and considering that there are several key issues that we're working on, such as the mobility sales tax and the impacts of federal actions locally, the direction I got from many of you was to have Anthony to stay on longer. This is consistent with the advice we received from our search firm, which was to maintain consistency and continuity and restart the search at a later date. Paula sent you parameters for Anthony's extension on April the 4th. I sent out information to you on April the 15th and reshared on May the 28th about the recruitment process and a revised timeline. Now, Paula's going to walk us through the next steps for the city attorney search, and I am pleased to share with you that all of the candidates that were chosen to be in the pool have remained interested. So with that, Paula, if you'll go ahead and help us walk through what's going on next.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles, and many members of City Council for allowing me this time to speak with you. And I do want to kind of start by saying thank you for your patience through the process. I've received, a few notes here and there as far as the status of the recruitment process, and I do understand the criticality of backfilling a position such as a city attorney. It's very critical to the city remaining compliant, making sure that we're aligned with legal counsel. So I don't want you to feel as if we take your interest in backfilling this position for granted. But I do want to share with you some timelines, some key points in the process, and I want to thank our interim city attorney, Mr. Fox, for your collaboration and your partnership and your legal guidance and your experience in the industry as we've actually had to kind of go through the process, take a step back and kind of really consider exactly what are we doing and do we have the best interest of our council. So as you all recall, we retained Mr. Fox January of this year, January 1st. His contract started with the City of Charlotte as our interim city attorney. Then, of course, we moved forward with the collaboration with the outside firm that we retained, which is Ralph Anderson and Associates. We're working with Robert Berg, who's our executive recruitment partner with their firm. And through his guidance, he shared with us, there's a lot of things going on. And, around the latter part of January, he recommended that we kind of slow the process down. Let's take a look at where we are. Did we really engage counsel appropriately? Giving you all the opportunity to consider the candidate profiles of what the next city attorney should look like. Do we have the best qualifications out front when we're talking about advertising that position? So we decided to slow the process down. Took a few moments to engage you all with some conversations, and I thank each and every one of you that took the time to share your feedback on what those competencies should look like in the next city attorney. And then we received approval. You guys felt more comfortable about the process, and we started it back up. And so around the end of March, the position closed. We were able to get some really great qualified candidates. And now we're here, after, as Mayor Lau shared, communication has gone out to you all, such as April 15th. Communication went out to you along with a timeline. The information is up on the screen that shows the timeline that we would move forward with the process. Okay, and so we're looking at June 2nd. June 2nd was last Monday. We ignited the advertising portion of the process, and so now the position is back out there. It's posted nationwide. We've got several different networks and organizations that we're advertising the position, and it will close on June 14th. And June 16th, 2 weeks, it's going to be advertised. And in the meantime, our executive recruiter is actually reaching out to those that have applied. Of course, he's doing some touch points with some of those that were in the pool prior, just to make sure we're engaging them to ensure that there's ongoing interest in the position. So we're not losing anyone at this point, and I do want you to understand that we have not lost any of our valuable candidates in the process. Even with the slowdown, we still have those candidates engaged, as well as additional candidates have applied. So the process is moving forward. We are considering your summer schedule. So during the month of July, we'll be partnering with the recruitment firm to ensure that they're still reaching out, keeping those candidates engaged while you're away on your summer break. And then come August 4th, we're going to actually spend some time talking to you all about those candidates alongside of the executive recruiter. Here's some feedback from those phone screens, their curriculum vitae, and share that with you, give you the opportunity to actually meet those candidates that we phone screen. And then you will determine from that group of best qualified candidates, who would you like to bring on board as far as, on site, to actually meet face-to-face and have some time to have some conversation and ask those critical questions of the candidates. So we're looking at, let me make sure I can see it, it's a little blurry up there. We're looking at having the video interviews with you all on August 11th with those candidates, the initial group that have been phone screened. And then we're hoping, if everything kind of goes as planned, August 25th, to have those candidates on site to have conversations with you. And then from there, you all should be making a decision as far as who are we landing on. We've narrowed down this search. Who do we consider best qualified and the best fit for the city of Charlotte to lead our city council as well as our city attorneys throughout the organization. And hopefully, the goal is to have someone on board by probably the middle part of October, if everything works out. Of course, a lot of that is based upon the availability of those candidates and, what types of resignations they'll need to give and potentially some relocations. What questions do you have for me?
All right, Ms. Mayfield, and we'll go Ms. Mayfield, and then Mr. Driggs, and then Mr. Graham.
Thank you. So this notes recruitment resumed. I don't remember council approving a pause when we initially approved the outreach and approved the funding for a recruitment process. And we had our initial timeline. When did the pause happen if we're saying that recruitment resumed on June 2nd?
So, we had some questions that was kind of really swirling around engaging you all with the process as far as what does that candidate profile look like and what are some of the competencies and behaviors. So that's when our executive recruiter said, it may be a great idea if we kind of slow things down. Let's not move too quick and give you the opportunity to engage in the process. So that's when we reached out to you all and asked that you reserve some time and speak with me, Robert Berg, on calls. And I think I was able to engage approximately 80% of you all in virtual conversations around the process and what you seek in the candidates, in the qualified candidate.
That call I remember, but that doesn't answer my question of when did a pause happen, because that's under my, they say don't make assumptions. When we had the discussion with the recruiter to identify what we were looking for, that's all part of the process. So when was there a pause after those conversations, and how long? So did we pause this back in March, back in April? If we're saying it's resumed on June 2nd, when did the process stop?
So initially, there's been a couple of slowdowns. Councilmember Mayfield. So the initial slowdown or pause was around January 28th. And that's when we received feedback from members of council that there's concerns that you guys are not engaged in the process. So I'm partnering with Ralph Anderson to get some guidance on that, right? Because they're very familiar with the process. They're recruiting for municipalities nationally. And they said maybe it would be best if you all take a step back and engage your council members as far as getting more information around the credentials they seek in the candidate. So that was the initial pause. And then, of course, the position was re-advertised February 10th, and then it ran from February 10th until March 28th. And then I think that's when you all start receiving communication. I think April 3rd was the initial memo that I actually created to kind of talk to you a little bit more about our desire to retain and extend the contract of Mr. Fox. So that became more of a focal point so that we can ensure that we are engaging him in the process. And we're still getting that legal advice and guidance while we continue through the recruitment efforts. And so then, of course, the timelines were then reestablished to start back up in June.
Has this recruiter been on our payroll since January? Or has his pay also been paused between these?
The recruitment firm?
Yes.
Absolutely. We did pause them in April, 1st of April, latter part of March. We paused their services.
So I think it will also be helpful for us to get an update on the initial contract that we approved and where we are in that contract financially. Basically, how much have we paid so far in this
To the
contract?
recruitment firm?
To the recruitment firm, because for me, I think we had a missed opportunity, because there seemed to have been a conversation that you had with the recruiter based on the individual interviews that we had, that all of council was not made aware of, where we said, hey, we're gonna slow down a little bit. Now, I appreciate the fact that we have Anthony Fox, because he has no bone in this fight one way or another, except for the fact that he loves the city and he's highly skilled in what he does. But I was under the impression that we're keeping you because it's taken a little longer than we thought to find the right person. Not that someone took it upon themselves on staff to make a decision that we're going to slow this process down when council as a collective approved one process and then another process was implemented. So that was a disconnect. And that's a challenge because we're going to have to go through this process again. So that puts us in a precarious position, whereas now we're having to extend, which really, truth be told, beg, Mr. Fox, we're going to need you to stick around a little bit longer. But part of that is because someone made the decision that we're going to slow this process up versus full council being aware of this conversation.
I do respect that, Ms.
Manager, that's
Mayfield.
for you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, I appreciate your continuing availability. And I think that we had a number of conversations. I think people should have been aware that this schedule was unfolding the way it did. I believe it was partly as a result of pending issues that made us wonder what was the right time to try and bring in somebody new. I'm supportive of this. I would like a clarification on these bullet points. He will agree to remain in the position until 12/31/25 while City Council hires a new attorney, okay? If he is still in position through October 31st, we will agree to pay him through the end of his extended contract of 12/31/25. What if he isn't still in position?
I think that timeline was really created so that there's somewhat of an overlap, or if there's a delay as far as the start date for the next city attorney. So that's kind of like a protection for us as a city, so that there's always a legal counsel to protect and guide.
If he is still in position through October 31st, and he leaves on November 2nd, we're agreeing to pay him through the end of the contract, is that right?
That's exactly right.
And if he leaves before October 31st, then we don't pay him, we pay him only until the date he departs? Is that right?
If he departs by October 1st, we'll pay him up through the date that he's worked. But if he goes beyond the 1st of October, we will pay him out the remainder of his contract through the end of the year.
I just, I think that's odd. What can I say? And then I will just note, I think the comparison with the hourly cost of an attorney is a complete,
Exactly, it's not relevant.
no, we don't make that comparison. We're talking about salaried people, and what people get on an hourly basis
Exactly.
is really not a valid comparison. So I,
the last point.
Agreed.
the last couple of paragraphs on
It's
the
not a
first
good
page.
comparison.
I am not going to be influenced by that comparison.
And if I may, in regards to that hourly rate, now, of course, you know, we're talking about the level of experience that Mr. Fox has in comparison in the industry, not necessarily just your traditional staff member. When we're talking about what we're paying him based on his level of expertise, that's what we're paying for.
Right, but you're talking about an hourly rate, and comparing that with the salary of an employee. That's an apples with oranges comparison. And I really just don't think it's valid. I mean, I'm okay with the plan, but I really, you're not going to hire, we are not going to hire somebody on an hourly rate to run the legal department of the city of Charlotte. That's just not the right comparison. The comparison is, what do city attorneys get? And I believe his compensation is competitive, but I don't think we need to be concerned about $68,000 a month, which that's close to $1 million a year. And we should never have even talked about $1 million a year. Anyway, okay, I'm fine.
All right. Let's see, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to talk about what I think is the foundational issue, which is the search, and I will support the extension of the contract for Mr. Fox. I believe he's brought a lot of value to the city, to our legal department, in a short period of time in terms of really identifying what I think through a SWOT analysis, right, the strength of our department, weakness, opportunities, threats, and even alternatives in terms of how that department is being run and structured. So I really appreciate the level of professionalism that exists in the office and then in the parking lot, okay? What continues to frustrate me and really hurts our council, from my perspective, is how we process our work, right? And so on January 31st, we got an email that talked about the search, that this position will be filled 75 days from the posting, talked about the agency. I think it even included a brochure about the why Charlotte, why city government, responsibilities, the ideal candidate, experience in education, compensation, right? All in a nice, neat package. We were interviewed, I participated, right? And then we got another memo on 2/20 that gave us an outline of when the process would start and end. And I accepted that. And I think that the whole council kind of did, right? That's how we were moving forward. And so I think I spoke with you, because I was looking at my calendar trying to get ready for May and June, because I'm doing a lot of traveling, and I wanted to make sure that I was available to do this job. I said, well, when are we going to start interviews?
Yes.
And that's when I found out that the search was paused. And I'm like, well, who did that? Right? Who did that? Right? And we talked, right? And I had some questions that I asked you about who, what, when, where, why, to what extent. I even sent an email, and I didn't get any response about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, right? Same questions, right? Because we need to make an informed decision. Extension, I need some foundation, right? And there was no foundation for me. And that continues to be our Achilles heels. as a council, right? If the last 4 weeks hadn't taught me anything, it's something I already knew, is that we continue to trip over ourselves because process, how we process the work, making sure that everyone is informed, everyone is included, everyone kind of knows where we're going, right? Informal conversation does not constitute council action, right? And so it came as a surprise to me, because I believe the city attorney search is extremely important, going back to our retreat in January, when we talked about some of the issues that we may or may not receive coming out of Washington, D.C., or a little closer to home, coming out of Raleigh, right? God knows we need help around this dais in terms of understanding policies and procedures and an interpretation for the council, right? That's really important. And so I thought back in January, we needed an attorney sooner than later, notwithstanding the fact that we had someone in the interim who I wish could stay longer than another 6 months, like maybe another 4 years. He's made it clear that ain't gonna happen, right? And so knowing that there is an expiration date,
That's right.
that this is critically important for the council,
Absolutely.
right? And so I'm just a little disappointed that, again, processes continues to trip us up. And it leads to a wide variety of misinterpretations, misunderstanding, not being on the same page. And I just think as a council, we deserve better, because no one talks about the city manager did this or the mayor did that. It's the city council, right? We kind of get beat up, right, when things go wrong. And when things go right, we get a pat on the back, but it's right. And so I just hope that there's some confidence in what I'm asking to approve tonight based on process. Right?
Absolutely.
That there'll be a level of engagement with the council.
Absolutely.
And so that we can make an informed decision and that we're getting timely information, all of us, at the same time. So there's not any misunderstanding about what we're doing, when we're doing it, why we're doing it, and to what extent we're doing it. I think that's a low bar to clear.
Absolutely. And I do respect your feedback, Councilman Graham. I do respect that. And I will promise you going forward, the calendar we have set, unless there's, some, rarity that we have to extend some dates, push some things out, we will proceed as stated on this final draft of this calendar. We will proceed, and you all will be engaged in the process. We will continue to ensure that we're bringing those candidates to you and give you the opportunity to vet them. So going forward, as we look forward, we will make sure to be very inclusive with you all.
And I'm not beating up on you, but you're at the mic.
Absolutely.
You're the messenger.
Absolutely. I understand.
But it's also for my colleagues to hear, the mayor, the manager, that, the last 5 weeks has taught us that how we process the work matters, right? And this goes, we talked in April, so this is really not about the last month. It's a continuing type of saga that we got to address. And if not, then we continue to trip over ourselves. So I would support the recommendation to keep Mr. Fox. I think he's done a tremendous job, which is the secondary issue, right? Right. But I'm really, really focused in on the search and making sure we get the right candidate for the right reasons.
Absolutely.
Because I think this is probably the most important thing that we're going to do for the balance of the year, notwithstanding what may or may come out of Raleigh in a couple of weeks, right? But even that, right, while important, it's not more important than having the ability to have good, competent legal representation for this council on a wide variety of issues, not just one or two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Ms. Renetz, thank you for the update. Couple things. Just first and foremost, I absolutely support the extension of interim city attorney Fox. Thank you, Mr. Fox, for being here and your level of expertise and, might I say, intestinal fortitude to deal with some strong, 11 strongly opinionated individuals on this council. You do it with grace and through an informed lens, and I also see that you're always looking out for us. You literally care about the city of Charlotte and her growth, so I appreciate that. Ms. Renix, I'm going to give you a little bit of grace on this process because I think because of Mr. Fox being in the seat and performing well, you know, there was probably not as much of an acceleration on filling, you know, the seat. Whereas, you know, if it were a vacant seat, and I fully understand by state statute, it can't be a vacant seat. But if there was a vacant leadership seat, then there would have been a more expeditious manner to go about filling that. I've been in that situations numerous times throughout my career, so I'm going to give you a little bit of grace on that. But the city attorney is one of 3 employees that report directly to council. And so I think that's where the passion about getting the best candidate in this seat long-term, and I too would love to have Mr. Fox on for more than 6 additional months. I have to take those clubs out of the trunk box and put them back in the garage. But I'd love to have you stay on further, but understand that there are limitations to that. And so we really do want to get the best talent and the right personality that will have the right approach to working with this council and representing us on some really, really big issues as we advance past being the 14th largest city in the United States of America, climbing up that ladder, right? So we really need great talent. I'm just going to suggest, and this table here is a great rubric for how the process will continue. I feel like more right now is more, right? We don't need less, we need more. So the more communication touch points that you can provide for council, I suggest that you include on this table where those touch points will happen, whether it's emailing the council with, you know, current state activities, what's been done, or having it on an agenda, right? That we discuss this. And I really believe we need to have it on an agenda in August, just as a refresher, right? We're going on holiday. We need to make sure it's in front of us at all times. So more touch points, more communication touch points. It'd be great if you add it to this table, and I'll make that as a suggestion and redistribute it to council. So then it'll keep us honest on when those touch points should have occurred and make sure that the council feels like we have insight, purview, but also a voice in this process that ultimately will be a council employee. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Esmir, we're going to start with you and come around, and we'll come around with Ms. Brown.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So The Economist has spoken, and I agree with Mr. Drakes. Really, this is not the right comparison. When we look at our city manager, the city attorney, and the salary, we don't look at how much the consultant makes in the private sector. We look at other city attorneys' salary like we have done in the past for our city employees. So I would like to see some sort of data on what other city attorneys make in the state. So I'm not comfortable with this retention bonus of $75,000. So I will not be supporting it if there is a motion today. I need to see data from the public sector. And one of the reasons, I mean, you see many of our employees work in this space where they could be making a lot more in the private sector. It's out of passion. And also to give back to our city. I mean, city manager, had he been in the private sector, he would have been making way more. But because these are our city employees that truly care. I mean, this is a way for them to give back to the city. I don't see a comparison where we are going to compare it to Fortune 500 companies. Also, in terms of, I agree with some of the concerns that were raised by my colleagues, Councilmember Graham and Mayfield. I feel like the process has not been transparent, and we have concerns around transparency, and we have seen that transpired over past several weeks, months. So I don't see a reason why we would not have consultant directly updating the council like we have done in the past with other city hires, whether it's the city attorney in the past or the city manager, where the consultant that we had hired, in this case, Ralph Anderson and Associates, directly reporting to the council, because this is a direct hire who will be reporting to the council, just updating us on the process. And so there is some objectivity and accountability through this process. So if my colleagues are okay, I would like us to get direct reports from this consulting company. And also having, so was this timeline, I'm sorry, was this timeline something that was created with input from the council? Because I know in the past, when we hired our city attorney, some of us were around, and we actually had established a timeline at the committee level. I remember, we haven't done that with this. So how is this timeline being developed?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Ashmira. So the reason that we aligned with an experienced executive recruitment firm is so that we can, of course, get experience in the industry, right? So that we can be led and guided by someone that would really make sure that we're not misstepping anywhere. So when we retained Ralph Anderson and Associates, we've got one of the best executive recruiters that's partnering with us, collaborating with the City of Charlotte, with Mr. Fox and I. And so we were led by their guidance of timelines and each step in the process. So this is traditional in the municipality space of recruitment. So, I do apologize. Maybe there was not a lot of touch points, but I assure you that this is a very highly competitive process that they have given us as far as the schedule timeline. This is on point with a lot of the municipality recruitments throughout the nation.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with just the way how this process has worked, how this timeline has come about. I would like us to stick with the process we have had in the past. We all gone through this process of hiring the city attorney in the past, where we, the committee, developed the process and the timeline where each committed that we can dedicate this amount of time during this month versus, and the consultant was directly reporting to the committee. And I just don't see a reason why we would deviate from that process that has worked all these years. So I would like to propose that this item be referred to the committee for creating a process and the timeline for hiring of the city attorney. All right. But I don't have a motion. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
We're about to start to come around this way. So, Ms. Brown?
I don't have any comment at all. I don't have a single comment. I don't.
All right, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's been a lot of comments already, so I don't want to belabor a point. I think, first of all, I agree with many of my colleagues in saying that, you know, I definitely agree that continuing, you know, to have our interim attorney on board for the foreseeable future until we make a decision is something that I think we definitely have a consensus on. I think the level of acumen and, you know, just the level of acumen is something that we need, especially now. And so that I'm in full agreement with. I think if I were to add somewhat of an addendum, I would actually lend, you know, agreement to a little bit, just one particular part of what Councilwoman Ashmira said, in that, you know, since we do have a search firm, and I was actually discussing this today with the Mayor Pro Tem about, you know, getting updates directly from the firm as we go through this process. I know that's not something that we've had, but I think, you know, especially ongoing, I think that'll be instrumental in the process to make sure that the council is brought along. As far as the milestones are concerned, as far as the decisioning is concerned, I don't know at what interval that would be appropriate. I know that you said that there's been some identification of specific candidates, and so I'm eager to see what those candidates are, you know, what they bring, and to start that review process, you know, as soon as we're, as a collective, able to, because I think to be an attorney, and comparatively speaking, not from a financial standpoint, but an attorney, a lead attorney for the city of Charlotte with 30-plus attorneys in your purview, you're talking about someone who is both a leader and someone who has acumen, right? This is the equivalency of working for a large firm in this regard, being such a large city. So not to belabor a point, this is a large hire. It's a very important hire. And so, you know, an update to the council from the actual firm that we've hired would, I think, be, you know, in my opinion, one of the better plans of action. I know that, you know, this isn't something that's in Mr. Fox's hands or anything like that, but, or your hands for that matter, but those updates will help us. So that's really all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to be gentle in my words, so I want to be thoughtful here. But long story short, I won't be supporting the extension. And one of the things that I said, Mayor, when you asked me to work together to make changes on the council, I talked about the need for action. And I think this council needs to take a definite action to regain the public's trust. And I don't think that extending the contract for the city attorney is action. We've talked about, you know, the council's approved process and something else happened, and we're concerned about transparency and the last 4 or 5 weeks. So to do nothing, or do the same thing over, or go out of our way to extend the contract is just not the direction that I want to see the council go in. We have capable internal staff. I think there's a deputy city attorney who's available. I think that's the role of a deputy city attorney while we are looking for another employee. And Paul, I want to thank you for your grace, but I didn't talk to you in extending the contract. I received a call from the mayor. So I don't think that this was your decision. I don't know how many of us received a call from the mayor, but this was not a staff decision, and I don't think we should pretend that it was. I just think that we need to do something differently. I also want to ask about the $75,000 retention bonus. So the retention bonus is if Mr. Fox is still here at the end of October. Was that retention bonus always a part of the initial contract?
No, this is the extension contract. This is more or less I would say, kind of like a motivator for us to move through the process near the end, which, of course, there are some concerns if, in fact, we don't extend his contract at this point. It could delay the current schedule that we have in place now, you all, and that's something I definitely want each and every one of you all to keep in mind when we're talking about, maybe changing the process or potentially amending the schedule that could delay. But that's more or less because we've actually retained someone that is from a private firm that has a level of expertise that, we felt as if the city definitely needed at this point in time. So there is value to that. Mr. Fox spent 30 years at Parker Poe, and he moved into retirement. And so there has to be some type of benefit for him to continue in the role to assist the city of Charlotte.
But it was because we paused the process that we're in the situation that we have to consider that to keep someone, who's ready to retire and his experience. So, I mean, that was a process that we've enabled, I guess, or caused our staff to be in, or we led this process. And so now it's going to cost an extra $75,000 because of that pause, right? So I think we really have to do something different. And we know that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different is insanity. And I just think that we have to do something different. We have to show our voters that we hear them and we know that they're concerned about transparency. So the fact that this was extended behind the scenes, and, I think we as a council want to show our voters that we hear them and we want to do something different. We know there's a challenge with our public records request and our meeting minutes and just different issues. This is a chance to be bold and be courageous as a council. And it's really nothing to do with Mr. Fox himself. No disrespect. Please don't take it as disrespect. I think as a council, it's our responsibility to show the voters that we hear them. We know there's division. Our colleague is not here. We know there's a dissenting opinion. I think it's an opportunity to really just to start over in this process. Again, we have a strong legal department internally. That's the role of a deputy attorney to take over in a time like this, or someone internally. And so I just won't be supporting the extension. I just think that that's the right thing to do for our residents. Thank you.
All right. I believe Mr. Peacock.
And Mr. Mitchell already speaking? Okay.
Mr. Peacock.
I yield to the younger gentleman.
Just received my award tonight. Madam Mayor, are we going into closed session on this same on a topic similar to this tonight, or are we done?
No, we're done. This is.
We did close session.
This is it. I thought we were going to have a double closed session. I heard that rumor. Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap up what I'm hearing. I think I'm hearing that we were disappointed that things got off track and we were not communicated to. So we want to be over-communicated to. The second thing I've heard is we would like to see urgency come out of the HR office to work with this consultant. And the third thing, if council will support this, and you'd have to check with the consultant, but we could go into closed session next week before the zoning meeting or after, couldn't we, if we so chose to do so? I think we should hear directly from the person that we're hiring to do the search, which I would suggest that they could explain their process, who are the candidates that are in the field, and to hear from those here in closed session about what we're looking for.
Second that.
So I won't make a motion. I just want to make sure that we can legally do that within this time frame.
Well,
And I'm just trying to suggest that we take an action before we go on break before July, so that the council can think about it and we can hear about who has given us an application up to this point.
A closed session.
And then what are we going to be looking for in August when you come back with a pool of candidates?
Well, just keep in mind the schedule, Mr. Peacock, the position will not close until next week. So we don't have a complete pool yet.
Sure, but
because
we can
there's
still
still
hear from the
opportunity for
consultant,
others
can't
to
we?
apply.
We can still ask the consultant to talk to us in closed session over video screen, couldn't we? someone from them could speak to us and
I could
talk to us
reach
about
out
the
to 'em.
process.
I think our public could hear from the consultant. Why does it
If
have
we,
to be
if we
closed
could make
session?
it public, I would love to hear
So
that. That'd be
open.
great. I'm not meaning to
Okay.
go in closed
I
session,
think
but
he has the floor, so.
They have a job. Anybody trying to get them in trouble?
No, about the process, not the applicants, I think he's referring to.
yeah, I mean, we're just wanting to hear from,
process.
yeah, we're wanting to hear the process, wanting to hear from the consultant. And, you know, we'd have to go into closed session to hear about any potential candidates that are either considering. I mean, this is where we want more information, not less. We want to be ahead of the process. We want to be proactive, not reactive. And I think that's what I'm hearing my colleagues say here. If I'm summarizing or if mischaracterizing anything I've heard, but I'm just trying to have a remedy on how we can get out of this and how we can go into the summer giving more direction to HR, more direction to staff on what we're looking for so that we don't come into August and then we take another month and a half to figure out what do we have and what's important to us. I'd rather them hear what's important to us right now so that they can start to look for candidates that meet our criteria.
So, Mr. Peacock, just to have an idea as far as the timeline, once the position closes on Monday, that's when he's going to do additional phone screening, you know, touch points with those that have applied
But why- I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why does it matter whether the position is closed or not? We can still hear from a consultant on what they're searching for, describe their process, what makes them a unique national search firm. They've been doing this since 1972, I see. I want them to deliver on what we've hired them for, which is their expertise and why we're going to find a phenomenal candidate at the end of this process that this dais can be proud of. So that's, I mean, perhaps you call this perhaps a preliminary meeting about who they are and what they do, but I don't think this dais has heard from them directly, have we?
No, we have
That's probably not normal, is it?
Yes,
We have.
I think we have before.
No, not another thing that happened before me. Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry,
Unbelievable.
but I think your point is important.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
that
trying to
w-
get us
and
to
we can get-
move.
And we can get people to come and report to us and talk about this. I really do believe it's probably a good idea, actually, to have Mr. Fox and the consultant, because he is working with, how many folks in the city attorney's office, Mr. Fox?
39.
39 people that he's been trying to engage and work out. He's basically leading a law firm here for
Yeah,
us.
sure is.
And that is a lot of work and more than just what we do at the dais, as you can only imagine. And so I think one of the things that we can do is, yes, we can have the consultant come in and talk about process and what's most current and recent. One of the things that I think we have to think about is that the council has said a requirement that you have to practice law in North Carolina. And some of these things are sometimes different. I think it would be good to have the consultant, and I don't know what his time frame is, you know, people go to Nantucket, and I've heard about places like that, but, you know, when you have a lot of money, but anyway, I think that it's just a discussion of when can we get this person that could come in, and they have a firm, and we know that they can do video or, you know, phones and all of that, so I don't think that's an issue. I think it's a separate issue from what we're talking about in terms of having ideas of what we want to do and say. I think we'll be fine.
All right.
Okay?
So
I put the proposal out to you to ask the consultant, to ask our City Attorney Fox to help shepherd this, give this dais more communication, not less. We can open up a dialogue, see who the people are that we've hired. We're paying them. I'm assuming this wouldn't be extra. So just a suggestion.
I think it's a good one. So, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and to my leadership, Charlotte alumni, great job.
LC 42, best class
LC
ever.
38, best class.
Wait, no.
All right, now see, I'm gonna
Class
get y'all
14.
all.
You were class 4?
She was class
3. Oh, my gosh.
38.
Thought you were
I was a young
You and
thing
I-
then.
Class 14.
You was 14 with you and I. That's right. So I'm sorry to digress. I apologize. It's getting late. So I'm going to make 2 comments. I do think, Paula, you heard loud and clear for some of the council members about the process. So I'm going to leave it with you in this council. How do we improve the process? I will make a motion, Mayor, on extending Mr. Fox contract. And this of me is
Second.
from a policy standpoint position. Council, when you think about if we get a blessing from Raleigh and we can move forward on the transit authority, the transit sales tax. We still got a Bank of America contract. We still got a bill up there, SB 257, that we need to pay close attention to. And one that's dear to me is the landfill issue that we are still now appealing. And so it's good to have someone with experience and someone who, and I think Councilman Mayfield might say it, he's a Charlotte native. He could be retired playing golf right now in Ireland or whatever, but he decided to say, I got to give back to the city that I love. And so
He might be rethinking.
he reminds me constantly about
It's a way to give back.
about giving us this retirement. So last but not least, I think we all want a new city attorney that can lead the 14th largest city in America to new heights. I think having a department of 39, learning them and position them to grow and to put them in a better situation would make this job more attractive. What better to have a person who has no skin in the game? When they come 12/31, he's going to leave.
Running.
And he would like to leave and say, I did all what I can to put Charlotte in a better position. So with that, Mayor, I think we got a motion on the floor. Mayor Pro Tem seconded to move forward and extend his contract.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion?
No, that's what we just did.
All right, no discussion.
Good, no discussions.
All right, so let's
favor.
call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2.
Graham?
Yes, okay. So all opposed? 2 people are opposed. The motion carries. I believe that we can have a motion to
I just have a
adjourn.
clarifying question. So the motion did not include the retention bonus, correct?
Why didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it
then,
Everything.
Yeah, total package.
okay, well then, count me.
Everything passes.
Yeah, well then
Yeah.
count me as a no.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thought it was just the extension without the bonus.
Yeah, we did.
Everything
So
totally.
do you agree with the vote? Can we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
You have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Almost time for pizza.
Thank
We
you
out of
all.
here before pizza.